water. What's up? I'm slightly out of focus. Bear with me. This is a thing. This is a whole thing. Works for me. Oh, I'm tired. I'm fucking tired, y'all. My jaw hurts. My TMJ has been acting up. And it's a super fucking bummer. So, y'all want to start with DGen story time with Kai? And then we'll get into the fucking heavy theory shit. Which, honestly, I didn't want to ever have to do. Right? Like, I didn't want to have to do this shit. I don't want to have to read this fucking document. This document's fucking ridiculous in length. Right? Like, there's no fucking way we're getting through it today. We're going to do this in chapters. We're doing this in fucking chapters. Because it's too fucking long. But apparently, Kai's got to actually iterate out all the fucking reasons that AnCaps aren't fucking anarchists. Right? Like, apparently that's a thing. Apparently that's still confusing people. There are still people walking around, talking to my face, fucking sending me messages about fucking capitalists who are anarchists. And I'm fucking sick of it. So we're gonna fucking read the document, right? We're just gonna go through the fucking whole fucking thing, and we're gonna do the whole litany of it. But first, DGen story time with Kai, because that's sort of become a tradition at this point, right? DGen story time with Kai. So Sunday rolls around. Sunday early evening. Right? Afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. That sort of thing, right? And fucking the new Dom sends me a text message. We'll just do this verbatim. Why not? Why not? Asking me how I'm doing. Sore from a workout, TMJ. How are you, sir? Tired. Didn't get done all that I wanted to today. Need the evening to relax. And I can't really get into what he calls me because it's fucking TOS and shit like that. But do I want to come over? No use. Just watch a movie or something first. I need to get dinner. Watch a movie or something. I need to get dinner first. Do you want me to come over? I will. Well then, I ask because Tuesday is its committed day. I'm available in about an hour-ish, sir. Need to get some stretches in and godforsaken protein drink in, and then, if sir commands, shall obey. I'm gonna get dinner. He'll come over, be commando, strip nude upon entering. That's where the directions leave off. So, I show up. I send him a fucking message. He wanted me to send a message when I was on my way. Send a message. Doors open. Just come in and strip. I'm a good boy. Walk up. Of course, I'm banging fucking music like the whole way, and getting into the vibe, getting into the groove, doing the thing, right? And turns out I might be more of a Dom than I thought. Oh, Kat, then later tonight, let's get the fucking run in on 7 days, Kat. Because I held off. So roll up, fucking, getting the vibe going, walk up, steel yourself, and fucking, I do one knock. He didn't say to knock upon entering, but I've had buddies, I've had friends who leave the door open for me and shit, and it's common courtesy. Like, give it a fucking knock and then just walk in, right? So I fucking one knock and I walk in and close the door, lock it behind me. yell out, "Here, sir." Drop. He's over in the kitchen. I can see past the stairwell, through the stairwell, and I can see him in the kitchen. Whatever he's doing, which I figure out later on. And he starts walking, and I had the Hawaiian shirt on. Some of you have seen the Hawaiian shirt. And so I had it sort of unbuttoned halfway, and I just grabbed the back and one of those, right? And flip-flops, so just, foomp. And by the time he rounds the corner, just dropping shorts. As is expected, I don't know if how many of you know positions. There's actually a series of traditional BDSM positions. And we're not talking about like getting fucked. We're talking about like ways you pose as expected to. Like there's ways to expose yourself. There's ways to stand at attention. There's ways for inspection. There's poses. They go back quite a ways. There's a storied tradition and history of them. And I'm halfway decently trained in most of them. Some of them are very difficult. The hands position is rough. It's rough. So, stand for inspection. And he, of course, he'll play with the gear and, it's an inspection, straight up. And lean in, check your smell. You smell good. Good boy. He sits down on his like giant love seat sort of thing and spreads his legs and sits back a ways and pats. And it's at this point that I notice what he's watching. God help me. It's the first Marvel Endgame or fucking Infinity War. Whatever the fucking pair of Marvel movies were that like snappy purple boy, right? It's the first one. It's the Spider-Man turned to Ash one. Oh, now we're actually talking about suffering. Now we're talking about actual suffering for a guy. Like, yeah. Fucking stretch me out, spank me, beat me, fucking slap me. But I gotta sit down and watch a fucking Marvel movie. Now I'm suffering. Now I'm truly suffering. Infinity War and Endgame. Okay, so it was Infinity War. It's the Spider-Man go bye-bye one. Not the Spider-Man come back one. I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying at that point. Like, I literally, like, I sit down, as he, yeah, that one, Caboose, yeah. I sit down between his legs and lean back, and, he sort of, like, envelops and starts, nipple play and stuff like that. He likes to, feel around and that sort of stuff, and you're basically his property at that point, right? He didn't want to fuck me, he didn't want to, like, do anything, like, interesting, right? Like, that's part of service. That's part of BDSM, is service. Like, you are essentially the property of your dominant. Like, whatever brings them pleasure, whether it's you just standing there naked for them to look at, is part of that. And so that's what I did. I was, for that night, I was essentially just a mild play toy and eye candy. We finished watching, well, I say we finished watching that movie. I was just leaned back with my eyes closed. At one point, he literally asked, he said, "Are you, like, not even watching this?" I said, "To be perfectly honest, sir, I don't watch the Marvel movies." He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "No, I've never seen them. I don't watch them. I don't care about them. In no way, shape, or form do I give a shit about this movie." He's like, "Oh, well, it's been a long day for me, and, I don't want anything that makes me think right now." Put a pin in that, by the way. So the movie finishes up and we're waiting. Oh, for fuck's sake, Scott. What do you fucking want, Scott? Like, do you really want to be that much of a fucking buzzkill? They're like right in the middle of the fucking story. Look, I've talked to you on fucking voice chat. All you ever end up doing is that's not real capitalism and fucking agree to disagree. Well, our philosophical difference of agree to disagree. Look, fucking A, man. Like literally right in the middle of the fucking vibe. It was directed at Angie, not you. The world doesn't revolve around you, Scott. The world doesn't revolve around you. I know you'd like it too, you fucking neo-feudalist prick. Jesus goddamn Christ. You had to just fucking derail shit like that? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Read the goddamn room. Just go away, man. Just go away. This title is all about Scott. There. New title. Can I continue my story now? Jesus goddamn Christ. There. I'll even move us out of fucking politics. There. There we go. We're not talking. Hold on. Out. You, Scott. There we go. There we go. Literally, the title says, we're not talking about you, Scott, and we're in just chatting. Good enough? Scott's officially banned. I'll unban him eventually. But holy shit, man. I think he already left Discord. I don't even see it. Let me see. Hold on. There. All I wanted to do was tell a fucking cool ass story and then get into a reading, Scott. Wasn't about you. I know you're still watching, fucking Scott. Yeah, I know you're still watching. Look, yes, I understand. Not real capitalism, blah, blah, blah. I won't challenge you. I've done it fucking numerous times on air. I've done it in chat. You always back out with the fucking that's not true capitalism and, well, agree to disagree. Our philosophical definitions are different. That sort of thing, right? You fucking cop out every goddamn time I've ever brought the topic up. So fuck off. Right? You're a bunch of fucking wannabe statists. The fact of the matter is that you just sit there and go, well, what we'll do is we'll recreate the state with just, capitalists. You're essentially the fucking CCP. You're like, oh, we'll just recreate the state after we dissolve the state with capitalist aesthetics. Holy shit, man. Anyway, back to what I was actually doing. Fuck me, Scott. And now he's just going to go, everybody, if you want to hear more about it, I'm sure Scott will be bitching like a little fucking gossipy girl on his fucking, that was misogynistic. I'm sorry. But he will be bitching and gossiping over on his stream shortly. So if you want to hear more about it, I'm sure that I'm a coward who won't fucking challenge him, who won't talk to him, even though I've had him on my air for fucking a total of hours. Fucking anyway. Holy fuck, man. Scotty doesn't know. I like to call it main character syndrome. I know, Cupcake. I'm just having trouble getting the vibe back. Of course there wasn't a mention of fake fucking Scott or Fabian Liberty in the title. We weren't talking about him. I wasn't talking about him. But he sure as fuck thought I was because, as Marcus pointed out, main character syndrome. It's all about him at the end of the day. He is the only person to have ever identified as an AnCap. He's the only AnCap I've ever known. Yeah, it's all about Scott. I kind of want to just unban him and bring him on the air and get this over with. But the fact of the matter is that fucking, like, I don't know if I can get the vibe back. I don't know if I can get the flow back. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. The flow was there. The flow was there. I was having a good fucking time telling the story. And fucking just me had to come in. Holy shit, man. Imagine that. Buddhist. Kvoss, you are weird as shit, man. What do I title it now? What do I... To me, give me a stream title. Who is literally just here to bait for viewers, and it's sad. Give me a stream title. I was doing great, Rad, and then a fucking AnCap came in and had to make it all about him. I was right in my fucking groove telling a story, and then Yeah, good luck, Karina. Done. Okay. It's literally just about saying AnCaps are anarchists. There wasn't any mention of Scott. Let's see. Where's the other one? And done. There we go. All right. I mean, not having empathy is the AnCap thing, right? Rad, I got your message yesterday, Rad, but I was indisposed. Indisposed, shall we say? The Grand Duke of Porridge, Voss. If I could just like Neuralink into the back of your skull, it would be amazing. Anyway. All right. And scene. Okay. I have no idea. I have no idea whether, but I wasn't gonna bother with it. So. I'm sitting there, buck ass naked. He's clothed because it's a dominance thing, right? He gets to wear clothes, I don't, not inside. And you know, he's just sort of straddling me, playing with me, just generally stroking occasionally, you know, that sort of thing, right? And I'm, you know, I'm just like that. And he's like, you're not, you know, like, are your eyes closed? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I don't watch Marvel movies. And he's like, well, I don't want to have to think. I've had a long day. And he then starts telling me about his day because, right, like, I mean, truth of the matter is if you speak to any sex worker, a significant portion of what they actually do isn't sex. A significant portion of what they do is companionship and discussion. People are lonely. People want human contact. People want that sort of experience. Rad, long story short, yeah, Rad, let me catch you up. Basically, my dom hit me up yesterday and said, like, do you want to come over to watch a movie, right? Like, I'm basically there not for use, like, sexual use. It's all sexual, right? Like, I'm not getting fucked. That's the long and short of it, right? Like, I'm not getting fucked. But come over, walk in through the door, strip, let's watch a movie, right? You're caught up. And so, like, you know, we're sitting there and it's, you know, and he starts telling me about his day, right? He had one of his buddies come over and they tried to install a ceiling fan on the upstairs bedroom because he's setting up the new house. And it took them 5 hours to get a fan installed because they drilled the holes, 16 on center for the studs and nothing, just nothing. I'm like, you know, the whole time you're listening to some things, right? As a submissive, sometimes you just have to just suck it up and not be you, right? Like, that's the whole time he's telling this part of the story. I'm like, dude, welcome to Vegas, right? He's going for 16 inch on center studs and he can't fucking land the drill, right? He drilled a bunch of fucking holes. And apparently the guy went up into the crawl space, the attic, and comes down and he's like, you know, well, I think maybe they're 20 inches on center. All right, motherfucker, why didn't you take a like a tape measure up with you? And so they punch a bunch more holes and it's not fucking landing correctly. And at this point, fucking Sir goes upstairs. Sir goes into the crawl space as well. Very, you know, and I've said he's not a young man, right? He's not a young man. And they measure finally 24 inches. 24 inches. And like, you know, eventually he's like, so we get it mounted, and then we have to patch all the holes we just made, and it's 5 hours later, and, you know, I still have another ceiling fan to hang, and it's just like, we're gonna have to do it another day, sort of thing, right? It's at this point I said, I could have told you they were not a 16 on center, sir. What? I said, this entire valley is shit. Every bit of construction in the Las Vegas Valley is utter crap. I said, the studs in my house and this one are random. Like, they're random. They're not 16 on center. They're not 20 on center. They're not 24 on fucking center. They're just fucking random. Good luck. Get a stud finder and mark them, because that's your best bet, right? Like, that's your best bet, is just get a stud finder and mark them. It was kind of wholesome, rad. Like, it is. Cricks. Basically, the long and short of it is most of the inspectors in the Las Vegas Valley are paid off by the large developers. It's just the truth of the matter. So, yeah, measure twice, cut once. Or, you know, cut 14 times and measure once. Something like that. So he's telling me the story, and I, you know, at this point, the movie finally ends. At one point, he has a timer next to us, like, on the table, right? And the timer goes off partway through the movie, and he says, you know, it's the dishwasher. The dishes should be done soon, but it hasn't gone off yet. New house. He hasn't got the pattern down for the dishwasher, right? So the movie ends, and finally the dishes are done. And so he's like, time to do the dishes. And I get up, you know, and you stand at attention. It's legs slightly spread. Anybody who's ever seen somebody stand in the military, at ease, right? The military at ease pose is essentially the BDSM at attention pose. Hands behind, you know, slightly spread legs. That's the BDSM at attention pose. It's the military at ease. So stand at ease, that sort of thing. He walks to the kitchen. I follow, you know, instead. By the way, on dominant hand side, if you pay attention to these things, if you're a really good submissive, right? You're constantly data gathering. Right? Like, you're constantly data gathering. I know what size glass he likes his wine in already, right? Seen this dude twice already, and I can tell you how he pours his whiskey. I can tell you, you know, I can tell you all sorts of things about how he operates. I know, you know, you immediately pay attention to the dominant hand. You stay on the dominant hand side. You stay usually about 1 to 3 paces behind them as they walk. These sorts of things. It makes you a good submissive, right? Walks into the kitchen, stand at attention right there, and, you know, ask him, do you need assistance, sir? And he's like, no, I'm very particular about how my dishes get put away. He said, maybe eventually I'll trust you to do this, but for now, I'm just going to do this. You just stand there. And it's at this point, he said, I just want to compliment you, by the way. I didn't have to tell you to follow me. He said, I've had many subs that you have to give them explicit instructions. I'm like, yeah, I'm good at this. I'm not new. I'm not fucking new, right? Like, so I know the gig. Right? I know the gig. So I'm paying attention to where things go, how he does things, how he cleans, the fact that he really is particular. He really is particular. There's a stainless steel metal piece for his coffee maker that's part of the assemblage, and it dried. Like, he doesn't even let the dishes air dry in the dishwasher. Like, as soon as the cycle's done, he's in there with a towel drying. And it had already like a couple of drops had dried, and so there was just like legitimately 2 to 3 maybe water spots on it, and he wets a rag, wipes it again, and then dries it. Very particular, right? So just observing all this, and we're just chatting. You know, you're just providing companionship at that point, right? You're eye candy. Every time he looks up, he gets to see something pretty and naked, right? And he gets to have conversation, right? Whatever he wants to talk about, really. We finish up, we walk back over, and he, of course, leads me this time. I don't have a collar and a leash on, so I think you can probably figure out what he's using as a lead or a leash in this instance. I think you can all put that together for yourselves. Leads me back over to the living room. It's at this point he's basically installed a new sound bar as well for the TV. Whether it is Elephant Train Aspen, nice. Whether it is. If you've got the tendency, if you've got the will, it's a lot of fun. So leads me back over, and he's, you know, testing the new sound bar. Basically, he's got it really loud, and he, you know, sits down, but this time he scoots way back and fucking wants me like really like on him to a certain extent, and, you know, bring the ottoman up, put your legs up, that sort of thing, right? And he kicks it over to Netflix at this point, right? Because I had made a comment while he was watching YouTube TV, and there's ads, and I was like, ew. He's like, what? I'm like, it's an ad. I haven't seen an ad in years at this point, right? He's like, oh yeah, hold on, and he skipped forward. I'm like, yeah, like, why we watching ads, homie? So he kicks it over to Netflix, and he's like, what? Cat. He's like, let's try and find something that, you know, you'll keep your eyes open for this time. Like, let's try and find something that we can both watch, right? And we start going through, and he gets to like the LGBTQ IAA plus fucking dummy section for fucking Netflix, right? The pandering section. And he's like, oh, like, have you ever seen this? And I'm like, no. It's like, no, sir. Like, you haven't seen that? I'm like, no, I'm a terrible gay. Right? I'm a terrible gay. I haven't seen most music. I don't do musical theater. I got slapped. I said, you know, I don't give a shit about Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli. He goes, well, you know, I like Judy's music. He said, but, you know, whatever. I said, I also hate Barbra Streisand. Yep, caught one for that. Apparently he's a fan. You live, you learn. Doesn't bother me in the least. So we move out of the LGBT pandering section and start just like, you know, he's cruising around, and it's at this point he hits the documentary section. Oh, she's sincerely a fucking dom. She's a raging bitch. Every story ever told about Barbra Streisand is basically like, yeah, dude, and he of course defended her. She's an exacting artist and professional, and she's got her standards that she expects everyone to live up to. Like, do you, boo? Do you? What have you got to tell yourself? She's a fucking raging cunt by all accounts. That, and I don't give a shit about her music. $2,500 seats in her shows. Yeah, she can go fuck herself for that. She ain't that good of a singer. Don't think. So we hit the documentary section, and he's cruising around, and there's a fungi, depending on your pronunciation, documentary. I'm like, he's like, anything seem, you know, attractive? I'm like, the fungi documentary. What caught my eye? He's like, all right, well, I'll give it a try. I can with her. I can sing. I'm not I'm way not trained for it, but my vocal coach has had me do scales and those sorts of things, and I can hold a key. I can hear and hold a key, and I can do scales properly. So I have the capability to sing. I'm just not trained in it. He's like, well, I'll give it a try. So we start watching it, and the intro starts, and we're watching it, and at a certain point, I'm like, I wonder if Stamets is going to be in this. He's like, who? I'm like, Paul Stamets. He's basically the world's most recognized mycologist. And sure enough, Paul comes onto the screen. He's the first fucking person you see. And Paul starts talking, and there's no voice. Like, you can't hear him. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. He's like, what's going on? I just installed this soundbar. I'm like, great. I'm gonna, yeah, basically, Rad. Basically. Except he doesn't have me salute or anything like that. He's not even a fan of the humble pose. Which is interesting for a Dom of his character and stature. I'm like, great. Of all the stuff, Jesus Christ, Marcus. Thank you, though. I'm like, of all the stuff, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff I will look. If you wanna fucking shove your arm up me and puppet me, I'm fine with it, right? Like, if you want to lead me around by my dick and fucking just use me as whatever, you want to slap me, you want to fucking clothespin me, fine. Having to do IT and tech work as a sub is the least sexy fucking thing. Hey, Dan, what's up? We're doing DGen story time with Kai. Hope your people aren't too sensitive. I hope they're okay with some light BDSM talk. Thank you for the follow, Limitless. The British are coming. Fucking the actual rider who did the majority of that ride was not fucking Paul Revere. Is a guy by the name of Israel Bissell. Paul Revere basically wrote a block worth, but Israel Bissell did the full ride. Fun fact. Dan, the stream started well, and then a fucking douchebag had to fucking make it all about them and derail my storytelling time. And it really killed the vibe, like super buzzkill. And I'm just sort of getting that vibe back right now. So, yeah. I told you folks, they know everything. Oh, try and know a few things, right? Oh, look, the British are here. There's a few of them. Okay. So, doing IT work at my Dom's place is my BDSM nightmare. Aspen, mine as well. Like, it's not nightmare, but it just sort of, like, it's a buzzkill for me, right? Like, Aspen, yeah, it's a hell of a typo. So, yeah, like, I'm like, great. And he's just got this generic, like, fucking Apple TV remote, right? I'm like, fine. I'm like, do you have the TV remote, sir? He's like, in the drawer, TV and soundbar remote. I'm like, may I troubleshoot, sir? He's like, yeah, go ahead, boy. Legs down, lean forward, get the remotes out, fucking start going through settings, fucking start changing the audio settings, because I already know it's a 5.1 channel to 2.1 channel compression issue. Like, I already know what's up, right? Like, this isn't fucking, oh no, I'm going to have to do tons of diagnostics. The center channel was encoded for voice, and the center channel was being compressed out. It's doing a 2.1 with the sound bar, but it's running a 5.1 audio set, right? Like, I know what's going on already. Those of you who have been for Bad Movie Night a few times, right? You've noticed this. Like, all of a sudden, the stream, you don't hear you hear the music, you hear sound effects, but you don't hear the voice. 5.1 sent over a stereo channel is missing the center channel, which is where voice is encoded, right? I already know what the deal is, right? But for some reason, his sound bar isn't compressing correctly, right? Like, his sound bar is just excluding it entirely. Switch it over to the TV speakers, replay it. Sound is there, right? The voice is there. The TV compresses it just fine. I'm like, all right. He's like, this is, this sound bar is supposed to do like Dolby Atmos and all sorts of things. I'm like, sorry, sir. Like, I can fix it in this moment, but I can't exactly like deal with it like, across the board. But I said, we can do this. He's like, I'm just going to have to toggle it back and forth, aren't I? I said, probably so, sir. Sorry. I'm like, that or new soundbar. Right? And of course, it's all Sony gear, and Sony's settings are shit. I haven't used a Sony TV. Maybe ever. But, so we rewind and we watch, and despite him not wanting to think for a movie, he enjoyed it. And I didn't learn anything new, but I definitely got to show off. Because I knew everybody and everything in that movie. I knew who would be coming up. I knew who would be talking about what. I'm like, I wonder if Terrence or Dennis are going to be in this. I'm like, I wonder if they'll show like Terrence. He's like, who? I'm like, Terrence McKenna and Dennis McKenna. They're a pair of brothers. I'm like, I've already predicted Paul Stamets is going to be in it. He's literally the first person. I'm like, oh, and there's Susan. He's like, who's Susan? I'm like, she's the Canadian ecologist who proved that trees communicate through mycelial mat, through the mycelial network. They use electrochemical signaling to actually communicate. He's like, I didn't know we had proved that. I said, yeah, she used a radioisotope system to, I'm literally getting to show off. Keep in mind, he's, let me find the actual name. Fantastic fungi. Keep in mind, he's a trained chemist with, he's got dual degrees. He's got chemistry and radionuclear physics. So the mere mention of radioisotopes, he pauses quickly. He's like, do you remember what isotopes you used? Like, he's immediately like turned on. Like, right? Like, I was doing double duty. And I knew what I was doing, right? Like, he's got his eye candy. He's got a pretty boy in his arms that's completely naked he gets to play with, right? And now what I'm doing is playing to his intellect. Because he mentioned on our first meeting that he has had subs before that were dummies. And he said they're fine for like a single night use maybe. He said, but I can't see myself ever actually owning or doming somebody who I can't have a conversation with, somebody who can't meet me at an intellectual level. I'm a plotter. I'm a plotter. Well, see, that's the thing, is we're not working towards that. He's got somebody who he would like to end up with who's dicking around. He doesn't live in Vegas. He's been sort of, it's a long story. But he would like to work towards ownership with this other guy. Okay. Okay. Is he in the picture? No? Okay. So, at a certain point, he reaches and he pulls out a jockstrap. A fancy sort of like mesh. It's sexy time jockstrap, not athletic jockstrap. And 3 favorite fungi facts. I will do them in a second. And he's like, I had bought this for him, but we haven't been able to be together at all. And he said, put it on. I want to see if it looks good on you. I don't like wearing a gift intended for another boy, for another sub, right? You don't give the engagement ring that you bought for your ex to your current, right? But I look damn good in it. So I know what I'm doing. So I put it on and we keep going, right? Sit back down. We keep watching. 3 favorite fungi facts. 1, mycelial networks mycelial networks operate in the same form and fashion as neural networks. The neural interconnections in your brain, the synaptic interconnections in your brain, operate in the same electrochemical manner and the same three-dimensional interwoven intricacies as mycelial networks, right? 2, largest and oldest living organism on Earth is a mycelial mat in the Pacific Northwest. 3, there is potential for cubensis spores to leave the upper atmosphere via Brownian motions, and due to the nature of the outer surface of the cubensis spore, it can survive solar radiation and the extreme nature of outer space, theoretically. And it is light enough that it could be carried on solar winds. Estimates have been done that it could potentially, in a short time of, say, 250,000 years, travel from solar system to solar system, carried solely on solar currents. So cubensis spores, cubensis itself, could be a space-traveling, conscious, ancient species. 3 fungi facts. Actually, Wither, what you're eating is the sexual organ. You're eating the penis of the mushroom. The neural network is the mycelial mat underneath that sprouts the mushroom. The mushroom is the sexual organ that releases the seed into the atmosphere. Sound familiar? So, we're watching, we're playing, we're enjoying, right? Like, that's whether it was gay all along, confirmed. Don't worry, the mushroom is designed to come off, rot away. The mycelial mat is perfectly comfortable with that mushroom going away. Yep. Rev. Yeah, oh yeah, the tardigrades are fucking epic survivors too. Here's here's the thing. We actually separated our species, our family, okay, our biological family separated from fungi millions and millions and hundreds of millions of years ago, right? Like, we're actually related. All life shares a common ancestor in some way, shape, or form on this planet, right? We separated from fungi. We the evolutionary difference in the familia is essentially the mycelial network is a digestive system and transportation and electrochemical communication system that uses externalities to do this. It exudes protease, enzymes, these sorts of things to digest things in its external world, whereas we do it internally, right? But we are actually related in a very real way. And when you analyze galactic star maps and you analyze the neural interconnections of the brain and you analyze mycelial networks, they all look exactly the same. It's the same thing. So, is what from Terence McKenna? Because, I mean, the stoned ape theory is Terence, which they talked about in the documentary as well, which, again, fully aware of. That, like I said, there wasn't anything in this movie that I wasn't already aware of. I mean, you can biologically merge with the space mycelium. You can already do that. Well, Rev, it's no one single factor. It's no one single factor. Well, there's two ways to do it, Caboose. It's bidirectionality. And fungi on this planet are the source of all rebirth. It's without the fungi to do the baseline decomposition and the redispersal of nutrients, this planet is fucked. Like, you understand, like this, they literally are like on the circle of life. They are the carrier. They're the boatsman. Right? Like in a very real way, like they're the boatsmen. They're the ones that usher you from death to life. That's the job of the fungi. And so yeah, like it's super fucking. So yeah, I got to sit there and be pretty and impress and serve. Right? Like it was a good night. It's a good night. Like, Chiron was a toadstool. Yeah, I mean, essentially. Actually, the mycelial mat does the work. But yeah. Yep, some sense. Yeah, Paul actually has a forest. Stamets bought like a shit ton of property in Canada like a while back. And is doing a large-scale trial. He planted like half of the trees with mycelial inoculants and half of them without. And they're doing a long-term study based on that. Yeah. No, Kaiser, it's not. And that's a gross oversimplification of the process. It's not. Okay, so first off, you have to understand that subthreshold dosing of cubensis mushrooms increases visual acuity. This was measured by a scientist who specialized in neuro-optical perceptions. Right? What he would do is take two lines that were parallel to each other, and then he would slowly deflect them. Right? Just ever so slightly. This is a gross exaggeration, right, of what I'm doing. But just imagine two parallel lines that are just ever so, like a half a fucking degree tilted, right? Subthreshold dosing of cubensis mushrooms, of psilocybin, right, actually increases visual acuity. So people were able to detect the deflection sooner than those who had not been dosed. Now, you have to understand, in terms of natural selection and evolutionary processes, if there is a group of animals that is including this in its diet, and they are a hunter-gatherer species of sorts, if they are gathering, if it is still like those early years and they're across the savannah, if there is a foodstuff in their diet that is increasing their visual acuity, that would increase their ability to perceive predators, it would increase their ability to do line detection on items and objects in nature. This would increase their survivability nearly across the board. So, those that include that in their diet, more prone to have offspring, more prone to have a full diet full of the nutrients that they need. This then leads to a potential increase in protein intake, then higher consumption of these items in the second and third tier of consumption once they start to identify these items as a foodstuff that is valued. Then you start to get into post-threshold dosing. Post-threshold dosing for or above threshold dosing for cubensis mushrooms then starts to cause other ramifications, new and funny ideas, geometric patterns, shapes, colors, these sorts of things. This leads to a creation and outpouring of culture. This gives birth to religion and spirituality. This causes a bonding scenario gathered around the tribal area, right? As with one another, consuming these in large quantities, having that experience, bonding you tighter as a pack, as a tribe, right? It's a multi-step, multi-stage over generations and generations of process. It's not just they ate mushrooms, they got high, their brain grew. That's not how that works. Hey, Gemma. Tolerably well. So there you go, Kaiser. I hope that sort of gets you over that hump of like why it could have been a factor. When you factor in opposable thumbs and a few other things into that, then you start to end up with potential for creation of humans. Nonsense. So. We wrap the movie up. He, has me stripped down out of the jock, plays with me a little bit more. Nothing, serious. Just a general inspection and a touching and just like, hey, can you tuck this? Can you move that? Let me see that. Let me see the piercing. Let me inspect, those sorts of things. It's just general, see what he's doing. I understand what he's doing, right? From the Dom's perspective, it's about a breaking down of barriers and a dissolution of like autonomy, right? Like your bodily autonomy goes away in that scenario, right? Like my body is his to use as he sees fit. What he's doing is like early stages for a lot of subs. Like a lot of subs need to have that done to them because they're not already subs, right? It's sort of the process of making a sub. And so, for me, it's just like, whatever, I'm already on board. I already know what it takes. I already know what to do. I'm already there mentally. So, we wrap up. He tells me I can put my clothes back on, gives me a hug, sends me on my way, scheduled for Tuesday. So yeah, that sort of concludes a slightly wholesome degen story time with Kai. Despite the fucking derailing by idiots. Does it also extrude? I don't know what the fuck you're asking, Foss. Well, Kaiser, a lot of people don't understand the theory. A lot of people are just fucking hippies who are into like crystals and shit and just did way too many drugs and don't actually understand the hypothesis behind it. But in no way, shape, or form is that the Stone Date theory that like what I told you. That's the actual Stone Date theory. You need a Dom that'll make you wear a cup, hand you a mitt, and see if you can catch a major visually curved ball. I couldn't. Yeah, I would not be capable of doing that. I mean, fucking Rogan, man. You need a Dom that'll make you hold pads for him, preferably for free. I mean, the whole point is is doing it for free, cat. If you're charging, I mean, I could never imagine. There are subs that are paid subs, like professional dominatrices and doms. There are professional subs, but I could never imagine like the mentality it takes. Like I can't get there in my head. I can't get there in my head. Oh, Findom, dude, Findom's Fin subs are almost a myth. Sports doms just become coaches, don't they? It's kind of true, right? Right, Rad? Thank you, Dan. I think I can say with little ego attached, I'm pretty good at weaving a story. I'm pretty good at weaving a story. I think. But thank you for the compliment, Dan. It always feels nice. Cat, the Findom Fin sub is almost a myth. It's almost a myth. They exist, but holy shit, are they rare? They're super fucking rare, right? Like this is it's just, yeah, it's almost urban legend. It's so rare. I'm for horrors, not wars. Wicked smart, dude. Yeah, it's they're dudes all the time. They're well, they're people. They're dudes. But I mean, there are people that constantly I see posts all the time looking for a Fin sub or a Fin slave. So keep looking. Keep looking. Ain't nobody sending. Here's my Cash App link. Send me money, slave. Yeah, sure. Nobody ever takes them up on that shit. Nobody ever takes. Dude, those posts, like if you're on Reddit and you like pay attention to those posts, they're downvoted into oblivion with no comments on them whatsoever. Nobody. It's not a thing. Under a capitalist system, where money means the difference between life and death, housing and, shelter and homeless, starving and fed and these sorts of things, ain't nobody fucking sending you money, motherfucker. Ain't nobody sending you cash. That's not how this shit works. People pay for fucking sex, but that's a whole other ball game. Ain't nobody fucking sending you money. There's always somebody trying to run the grift, though. Like, I had somebody try and run a grift on me, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, something like that. It happens about once every week to 2 weeks. Somebody tries to run a grift. Buddhist. Thank you then. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say thank you. Good bitch. I'm not a dom. That was just a shitty attempt. I'm a good enough sub. I could be a dom, but. No, it wouldn't, Kaiser. Had a dude send me a bunch of fucking pictures. And saying, hey, we're setting up a party here in town. Do you want to be used? Like, we'll put you on the list and you can get in and, just be a hole. And it's like, sure. He's like, okay, I'm going to send you a link because we can't do this on this website. Flag 1, sends me a link. Flag 2, whole other website that has nothing to do with anything like that. And flag 3, what I need you to do is buy some tokens on that website and then send proof that you bought the tokens and we'll add you to the list. Homie, you think I'm new? Yeah, I get right on that. Reported. Account suspended. Fucking just like that. It basically rad. That feels so wrong. That feels so fucking wrong, Buddhist. Oh. It just makes me feel icky on the inside. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies, Buddhist. Best DOMs or switches in my experience. The best DOMs are usually came up in the scene as subs. Yeah. It's not that they're switches necessarily, or they're switches, but usually they start as subs. Like, right, you got to learn the business from the ground up, right? If you're gonna learn the business, you got to start at the ground floor, and then maybe one day you'll run the business from the top. That sort of thing. Like, it's the same thing for a good DOM. A good DOM should know it from the other side. Interestingly enough, the DOM I'm seeing now though has never been a sub. Just like me never been a top or a dom, he's never been a bottom or a sub. But he's old guard trained, right? Like the fucking knowledge that he's in possession of, the crew that passed that on, like old guard it's a thing. It's a thing. So. Jesus boss. Chimeranth. Oh god, now that feels, oh god. Caboose. There is, I mean, I've talked about it before, that there is such a thing as like more than a power bomb, but doming from the bottom. So there is a way to actually be a dominant bottom. It's rare. It's really fucking rare. But it is true. It's a possibility. And I've had somebody actually talk to me before that he was like, oh yeah, I'd fucking tie you down and use your dick. It's like, interesting. Caboose, this is where actually having things like Foucault in your back pocket, understanding like power associations and power dynamics through anarchistic lenses comes in super useful, actually. Because I actually, like... No, Karina. Top-bottom is the act of penetration. Subbing, doming is the act of power dynamic. Get your verbiage straight. And I don't care if the kids are using it differently now. They're wrong, and they're bastardizing language that actually has like prescriptive meanings to it. Hey Cassidy. Yeah, like topping isn't doming. Topping is fucking. Bottoming is being fucked. Oh no, Foucault was into it. Nonsense. Foucault was super into BDSM. Yeah. I don't know. Nonsense. I have no idea actually what role he was into. Yeah. Sorry, Karina. Yeah. There needs to be a kink superhero called Power Bottom. You know what? I'd read that one. I'd watch that one. I'd watch that one. Read Foucault to improve your sex life today. Sounds like prison to me, Foucault at the end of any discussion. We should go back and get to know Foucault sexually. Dude, Buddhist, you need to go back and also be younger. If you were a slightly effeminate looking 16, 15, 17-year-old male who was submissive in nature and potentially in a disadvantaged financial circumstance, chances are Foucault would have gotten to know you too. going on 20 is too old for Foucault. Oh yeah. By over a decade, Buddhist. By over a decade, you're too old for Foucault. Me, Toad, I agree. If I had to speculate, I'd say he was probably a very sadistic and dominant dom. I'd imagine Foucault was the type that probably would have smacked you around a bit too. Like, not just like I said, like my dom, like when I insulted Barbara Streisand, smacked me, but nothing. I think Foucault probably got a little rough. He feels that way. I mean, feel free to be wrong, Karina. Yeah, Foucault was problematic. Let's just put it that way. But who knows? Maybe he was a caring, gentle dom. And I've never heard any firsthand accounts of BDSM experiences. Then what's the point of doming and subbing as terminology, Karina? You've just supplanted, you've literally just duplicated terminology. The power dynamic already has terms. Right? If you want, that's doming and subbing. Right? If you're talking about like being able to like enact will upon somebody else and somebody receiving that willful action, then you're talking about a dominant submissive dynamic. Top and bottom is literally born of the gay community. It's gay males that gave birth to top and bottom. It was a way to describe the penetratee and the penetrator. That's what those words are for. They're literally, that's what they're designed for. Who's the top? Who's the bottom? Yeah, you're duplicating terms that already exist. We have words for that, and it's dom and sub. On my end, the sub tends to be more in command. No, Kvass, they are. The sub is in charge. The sub is in charge. This is the it's always been that way. Anybody who understands the power dynamic, sub is the one who truly has power. No, it's everybody. Subs are the one in charge. There was a closed store called Top and Bottom that got looted here. Gay couple I've known for like a decade, and I still don't know who's the bottom. Fina, maybe they both are, right? Maybe they're reverse. This is why I've. Yep, exactly, Wither. Except in a TPE. TPEs are a whole other ballgame. See, here's straighten your fucking kids' terminology out. This is how you fucking Gen Z is gonna end up tied up in a bathhouse being used and not knowing what the fuck is going on because you just fucking said some shit that's gonna get misinterpreted by the old guard who are strict in their terminology usage, right? Switches are for dom sub, right? A dominant submissive that can do either or is called a switch. A fucking top who can also bottom or a bottom who can also top is called a verse or versatile. Right? Versatile belongs to topping and bottoming. Switch belongs to sub and dom. And a TPE, or a total power exchange, is literally a sub basically saying, I sign on the on the dotted line no matter what. You're in charge. Even if I'm crying, screaming, no, please stop. TPEs are fucking hardcore as shit, man. I mean, Hey, Angie, you're in here, right? You're a woman, right? Angie, you can't top. There. Dare accepted. What do I win? Oh yeah, some sense is here too. Hey, some sense, you can't top. Not without a strap on. Right? Like you get a fucking dildo or a strap on. Cassidy, I'm a woman. There, Cassidy, without a strap on or a dildo, you can't top either. There you go. I got no fucking. I will. Creative. These words predate your existence even. Like, right? Like this is well established. You feel free to use them in whatever descriptive manner you want, but just don't fucking go into a formalized scene expecting that to, like, you know, yeah. Penetratee, penetrator. Cassie, I like being a dominant bottom. I know you do, Cassidy. Adia! 11 months, Adia. Those terms were pegged years ago. Me too. Me too. Me too. Yeah, like it's about being penetrated and penetrating. Right? Digits, fist, dildo, fucking strap on, take your fucking pick. Right? But it's about penetrating and being penetrated. That's what, remember the very beginning, penetratee and penetrator? That's what those terms are about. Never seen someone dom a chat before. 11 fucking months. Adia, how you doing? How you doing, Adia? Canada's not even a real place, Karina. We all know that. There's like 3 people up in the woods in northern Maine, and we call it Canada. Just don't come to LA, San Francisco, San Diego, New York, London, Berlin, any of the major scenes. Right? Don't, right? Like fucking bumfuck nowhere Canada. Sure, maybe y'all are using that term that way, but I'm telling you, don't go to any of the major city scenes, because how I'm telling you is how they use them. Dominant bottoms, submissive tops, service bottoms, power bottoms, findoms, femdoms, pain doms, lions, otters, and bears. Oh my! Caboose! Nice vocab drop, though. I can dom, but can't naturally top. I can top from the bottom, but that just means I'm being dominant as a sub. See, I would say that you're not topping from the bottom then, Angie. That's a misuse of the term top. But you would be doming from the bottom. Yeah. My foot fits in a condom? You have tiny feet. Or big condoms. In Canada, I hear the strippers come out already naked. It's the best argument against socialism. No attention. Yeah, which is it? Big condoms or tiny feet, Zippy? Just out of curiosity. Lions and bears, oh my! There it is. Rye, I've been here like 5 minutes. I think my brain just melted. Well, congratulations, Rye. For my magnum dong. I mean, that or a hand or a fist. It's about penetrating. And it's not that I believe that, Karina. It's that this is the scene's terminology. I'm sorry, I'm gonna straight pull a fucking ageist shit here. I'm sorry, I've been in this scene for 20 plus years. Right? Like, yeah, this is the term. This is how it's used, especially in the gay community. Maybe in the northern Canadian trans BDSM small scene, y'all are using it differently. Yeah. But do not go to the Berlin Kink Fest, or don't go to fucking Folsom Street in San Francisco and expect that to fly. Literally says they are not the same as Dom and Sub. Top is giver in sex. Bottom is receiver in sex. Reference to how gay relationships have sex. Top one is gives. Bottom ones are who receives. I mean, did you... Zippy, I did. Some sets top bottom equals plug and outlet. Dom sub can be sexual or non-sexual. Oh, you answered my question? Where was it? My feet are small and cute. They're one of my best features, no lie. Aw, Zippy, it's adorable. Teens fuck? More news at 11. No, I'm defining it from the BDSM scene, which is transcendent of gay spaces. And the top-bottom terminology is born of the gay scene. So it's like you using a term from... You know what it's like? It's like moron, idiot, and retard. Sure, society can fucking feel free to misuse these terms, but they're created by a specific space. And there is a prescriptive nature to them. They were born of the gay community. Gay males are the ones responsible for top and bottom terminology, right? Feel free to use it, but don't expect the scene to get on board with it. ADHD is fuck world. I keep losing my my fucking brushes. Kaiser, they have to be somewhere though, right? They're not disappearing. Where like are they? Like, are they in the house? They have to be in the house. I am the adorable monkey. Yes, you are, Sippy. They have to be somewhere in your residence, right? They didn't just... Okay, what is this sex y'all are talking about? Where in the world is... Dude, who has seen the Carmen Sandiego show? TV show? Maybe you shouldn't be using your brushes. Oh, interesting. Okay, so not the cartoon, the like quiz show, the children's quiz show, the game show. Yeah, not the cartoon, but the game show. Is there a new one, Cassidy? Did they redo it? Rev, it was a really good show, actually. I have Carmen Sandiego. I watched the cartoon a lot. I only saw the game show a couple of times. Just didn't have cable. With Rockapella. Yes, Cassidy, with Rockapella. There was, yeah, the cartoons had a remake or two. That I know where. There's a reboot on Netflix. Apparently, the new Carmen Sandiego is being considered a bisexual icon in some communities. Whatever. The game show was really fucking like good. Like it was good as far as like knowledge quizzing kids and shit like that. She always had that energy, to be fair. Dude, Carmen's just got that boss bitch energy. Right? Like dude, if Carmen Sandiego wants to fuck chicks or dudes or fucking I don't care. Dude, Carmen Sandiego's got that energy. Like she gonna do what she's gonna do. And if that means like robbing a fucking like a British museum of like natural history or some shit like that, she's gonna do that too. Carmen Sandiego just has that boss bitch energy. So like, yeah, like that's always be gay, do crimes. Yep. Yeah, robbing the British of art they stole is based. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, that was always the energy Carmen Sandiego put out for me. was whatever Carmen Sandiego wants to do, Carmen Sandiego's gonna do. If that means banging chicks or guys or whatever the fuck, it's all the same. Bisexual icon, what? Does she sit strange? I rocked a red trench coat like Carmen. Come and find me, motherfuckers. So, okay, hang on. So they're doing a reboot again? Alright, hold on. Man, my typing today is off. I'm not a fan of this art style. Holy shit, there's 4 seasons. OpenGL, I agree. 100% agree.
How did you ever wind up in crime school?
You want the whole story?
Okay. Here's my issue. Does everything need to be rebooted at a child's age? Does everything have to be like young adult? Look, you can tell a story about an adult and have it be for children. The children don't need to be the star. Right? Like, it's possible to do that. You can tell a story from an adult's perspective for children. It's entirely possible. They did it with all of the Carmen Sandiegos. Why do we have to reboot it? Anyway.
Welcome to Vile Training Academy for Thieves.
If you
Vile Training Academy.
choose a path of a professional thief, there will be no turning back. You're the finest criminal in our class.
I realized stealing isn't a game. It does harm people. No! Especially when you're willing to steal lives.
Who are you, really?
You can call me Carmen. Vile is stealing from all over the world.
Hola, Red. Where are we at, player? Sunny Ecuador.
With luck, I'll secure any valuable artifacts Vile might exploit. By stealing them. What if Carmen Sandiego were a thief who only steals from other thieves?
Let's get this party started.
Nothing's holding me back. Not anymore.
I order you to stop!
Didn't say for how long.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
We're off to Indonesia.
You wearing a coat in this heat?
A lady needs her tools.
I was actually kind of legitimately looking forward to that. I was legitimately kind of looking forward to it. I was like, there's 4 fucking seasons of this show. Right? Like, there's 4 fucking seasons of this show. I could binge this shit. I was legit. And whoever called it, I'm sorry, I've already forgotten. Whoever called it the insurance ad animation style, spot on. Spot on. That is the cheapest fucking animation style. Like, that's just, we can crank out episodes style of animation, right? I didn't read the books. Sorry for Toos if that insults you. Yes. Sorry, that is shit. I hate that animation style. I hate it. Sorry, Fortus. It's absolute. Does everything? God, Americans have no taste. Does everything have to look like that? Fuck Flow from Progressive Style Animation. Oh, are we rebooting Kim Possible yet too, by the way? While we're talking about things that since we're just completely out of fucking animation, since we're completely out of ideas, does anybody know if we're rebooting Kim Possible too while we're at it? They did a live action Kim Possible. All right, this actress doesn't even look like her. I'm sorry.
So a few years ago, I accidentally received a distress call. I was done with my homework, so I answered it. Now, well, I save the world. Who am I? I'm Kim Possible. I got this. Kim, jump in there!
You are late.
Impossible. There's something about her that makes her able to defeat villain after villain after villain. She's certain spark. I will steal that spark that makes Kim possible.
Get her!
Mind if we crash the party?
It's mission time.
This is
Impossible, the Disney Channel original movie.
all right. All right. Look, Kim Possible was a good show. Kim Possible was an actual like good fucking show. Now, its animation style sometimes lacked, but whatever. Is it reboot canceled? Fucking Jesus Christ. What? 1901 there. 1920. I love it. I love it. Oof. Hey. There's Will Friedle. I didn't know. I didn't remember that. That's who played that. That was painful. I gotta tell you, that was actually painful to watch. Adam, it said value no less than 1920. I like when they mix shit up. Like I thought the Winx Saga dark teen fantasy drama Netflix show was pretty. They did okay. I'm aware of Winx. I'm aware of Winx, but like, hold on. Huh. Live action too. Yeah, it was okay. So it was Bratz, but magical. Oh, you know what? Okay. Hey, Fertus, you still here? I know I insulted your sensibilities as an animator, Fertus, as an artist, and I apologize. Hello, random number. Probably not that random. Who here remembers this? No. Nope. Just press down. Okay. Fertus, your people made this. This is French. For everybody else, I'm sorry. Oh, fucking A. I knew that would do some damage. Oh. I love everyone in chat acting like they don't got a raging nostalgia boner right now. I was a little too old for Code Lyoko. Douglas. Well, hello there, Douglas. The forehead lobby. The forehead lobby is powerful in France. I was a little too old for Code Lyoko, but I have seen a couple of episodes. The 3D world, the virtual world that they go into is fucking rough. It's fucking rough. Is there like a full fucking episode on? Yes.
Yeah, I'm...
There it is.
We can't leave you alone for 1 second, huh?
Odd. I think I found something.
I just remember fucking this show. It's just, and it's made by French. The French. Like the fucking auto-tune shit. Let's see. There's a live action reboot of Code Lyoko. Of course there is. It's called Evolution, by the way.
What is this place? You working for NASA?
No, it's sort of a particle physics lab, but better.
I don't get it. Who are you?
Simple students like you.
Ever heard of a virus?
Yes, of course. Hasn't everybody?
Well, ours is a real problem. Xana's attacking.
Who's Xana?
It's a dangerous program, kind of like a computer virus that can control electricity. It gains access to our world by activating powers on Lyoko.
Hey, Elodie? What was that?
We have to warn the others.
William, you forgot something?
Huh? There's an activated tower somewhere. I've got it right here.
This is the English okay. Let's give it a shot. It's all, dude. Thank you for following, Dr. Fields. There we go.
Mais c'est quoi ici? Un centre de la NASA?
Une sorte de laboratoire de physique des particules, en mieux.
Et je comprends pas, vous êtes qui?
Simples élèves, comme toi. Tu t'y connais en virus?
Si je m'y connais en virus, on va dire que oui.
Ok, on a un problème. Xana attaque.
Et c'est qui ce Xana?
Un programme extrêmement dangereux.
Une sorte de virus qui contrôle les...
Okay, so we have native French speaker in chat right now who's saying it's worse in French. Fuck me, it's worse. It's worse. So Kat, like, we gave it a shot in French. It's worse in French, apparently.
Il active les tours de Lyoko pour accéder à notre monde.
Allô, Elodie?
It's bad, I French.
Quoi, ce délire?
Préviens les autres.
Regarde, t'as oublié un truc?
Hein? Il y a une tour activée quelque part. Je la vois sur mon écran.
Okay, so it's worse in French, and I want to see the graphics in high res. So fuck that.
Commencing virtualization.
Yes! Jeremy, the Spectre's chasing me.
Hey! Way to fit in some training on your lunch break. Come on! Shake the lead out or you'll never catch up!
Santa is an artificial intelligence program.
The Spectre's worse than we thought. We have to deactivate the tower immediately. If Xana keeps getting stronger, it'll take control of the entire network.
All right. Can't hold this thing off much longer. This is gonna be harder than we thought.
Santa must have a reason for doing all this. We have to attack.
Whoa! I guess we're back in action.
So, who's the best?
You're a psycho.
Reboot was solid.
Next time,
Karina.
you can take the bus.
Okay. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. I want to watch that for Bad Movie Night. I want to watch that. I'm telling you right now, I want to watch. I think that'll be fucking hilarious. Yeah, I think that'll be hilarious. Buddhist gets it. Buddhist fucking gets it. Yeah, something like that, Angie. Oh, I remember Slug Terror too. Okay, Reboot. Fucking Reboot was fucking genius. Yeah, Reboot was solid work. I don't know anything about Beast Wars. I never watched it, but Reboot, the reboot was not good from what I remember, but the OG Reboot, was fucking good. From what I remember. Oh yeah, Caboose. Yeah, right. I never watched Ben 10. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Ben 10 in my life. I've never watched it, so I don't know anything about it, to be quite frank. All right. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. What do I got? What do I got? Wakfu, the animated series now, or Wakfu? I don't fucking know. Oh, I mean, all of them, Geo? Like, is all an option? I was gonna say, this actually looks cool. This looks solidly done. I have no complaints so far. Fuck you, Cat. Fuck you. Okay, so here's my opinion, right? I've got this thing. The epic music track they're playing, there's not much you can't put to a track like that and not have it come off as badass. Right? That kind of epic scoring, like legitimately, film yourself walking down the street, put it in slow motion, all right? And then put that epic track over it. It's going to be badass. That kind of like epic music build does shit in the human brain. Like if you silence this track and then watch this, you get a more objective viewing of it, I'm sure. Right? Like, Karina, I have nothing against the writing style. I have nothing against the storytelling. It's all about the animation style. That animation style is dog shit. They could have... Oh, and the fucking younger characters. The younger characters. Why'd they have to fucking roll the age back even further? Right? It was bad enough with the young adult shit. They had to fucking make them kids, basically. Is it a show? Oh, it's an animated series. Okay, interesting. I thought it was like a movie, but if I had fucking read the title, I'd know that. Interesting. Jesus Christ, season 4 Kickstarter trailer. Oh, Jesus. There are a few movies. I don't have time for that kind of shit. I like a good fucking just, you know, let's just do this and fucking get it done with. Rainmaker. Okay, it was the animation studio. I want to watch the Code Lyoko movie. Hang on, I want to see if I can get it. It's not a movie. It's a series. The Code Lyoko live action isn't a movie, folks. It's an entire series. I'm seeing like episode 19 and shit. Actually, I think I know this cat. I've seen this. I've seen this cat. How's that fucking... Yeah. How's that... What's that do for you, cat? I've actually seen that. I've seen a few of the weird animes. What was the one about Go? You fucking weebs. I know there's a few you fucking weebs in here. What was the what was the one about Go? Because I watched all of that one too. I've seen a few of the like oddball animes. Hakiro no Go? Yeah, that sounds right. For Toos. Oh god, there's a fucking live action remake too. Oh god, is there a live action remake of everything? Yep. Yeah, it's Hikaru no Go. I've seen that one. And by the way, the Hajime no Ippo is entirely on YouTube. Like the first thing that comes up is a playlist just with all of it. What was okay? You know what? I'm gonna use the hive mind. What was the live action, highly computer generated, like highly rendered one with the white swordsman with the fucking mask that would close? Like sort of an apocalyptic sort of thing with I vaguely remember. I remember seeing the fucking movie though. It was a movie, but it was a like live action remake of some. No, it wasn't Guyver. No, the outfit was white. I remember the color coordination was white. No. We're talking maybe 10, 15 years ago, something like that. Oh, let me. No, it's not Bleach. I know Bleach. All right. This is gonna be fucking. This is gonna be rough to find. And when I find it, it's gonna be. I mean, this has been around for a while. This has been around for a fucking while. So let me. Oh Jesus, they did a. Of course, they did a Rurouni Kenshin. How dare they do the Batosai like that? All right, Rad. Take care of yourself. And good luck writing bios for porn actors. That's a thing. Dude, all I remember is the mask. I remember the, Rurouni Kenshin's my number one. Open. It's my number one. Kita. Kenshin Himura will forever hold a soft spot in my heart. Best freelance admin work I've ever gotten. Yeah, I'm a sucker for, like, you show me somebody with a sword that moves at like lightning speed, that's just got like God speed, I'm in. And Rurouni Kenshin did that best. Did that absolutely best. Nobody's, yeah. The fucking Item Mitrugyo style. Yes, I know. Fucking reverse blade sword. Oh, yeah, that's my anime. That's my fucking anime. I liked Afro Samurai. I liked Afro Samurai. It's not the Hirakiri Batosai, but it's good. It's well done. It's a good, solid story. It's beautifully animated. It's a good fucking anime. No, Kat, I've never read manga. I don't do manga. I've never read manga. No, I've never read the fucking book. Y'all can literally stop adding me on this already as you're like furiously and frantically typing about how, oh my God, I've never read a single fucking manga. Yeah, dude, I don't remember Hunter. Hunter, is it fucking, how do we pronounce that? Hunter by Hunter or Hunter X Hunter? Either way, I don't remember it, but I remember like I did watch it. I mean, Jesus Christ, what a weird abstracted intro. Jesus Christ, that was the thing. That was a whole fucking thing. Just musically, that was a whole thing. I still have yet to find this fucking movie that I'm thinking of. And I know it exists because I watched the damn thing. Those are all animes. Open, I wish I remember. I think it was dubbed, but it also could have been subtitled for all I fucking remember. All I remember is that badass fucking white mask of his. That, like, literally it would, like, come from the sides and join in the middle. And it was something to do with the suit. It's not Alita, no. Okay, so Fertusi's got the summary, basically. Hey, how about we got this guy, right? He has, like, a sword that looks like a gun, okay? And that other guy, like, his arch rival or some shit, he has, like, hold on, guys. He has a gun, right? A fucking gun that looks like, and hear me out, that looks like a sword. Am I blowing your mind or what? It's not Guyver. I know Guyver. Yeah, it's definitely Genji from Overwatch. No idea. No fucking idea. No. Pretty sure no aliens. It wasn't well received. Open. It wasn't well received, from what I remember. This would have been... I'm guessing a decade ago. I'm guessing a decade or so ago. Let's see. List of films with live action and animation. No. That's not going to get it. You know what? I'm just going to have to let this go in my brain. I'll just obsessively like keep searching, and this will just get weirder and weirder and boringer and boringer. So, yeah. There's a live action Naruto movie. Wait, there's potentially more than one? Oh, that feels painful. There's a live action One Piece. I didn't know that. Well, all of that feels painful. Wow. Netflix adaptations. Oh, I didn't know it was that common. In Michigan, it's illegal for a woman to change her hair length without her husband's permission. The law is still in the books. Just not commonly enforced, but Mistopheles, I mean, you know, it's for the best. It's for the best. I mean, you can't have women out here like, you know, having bodily autonomy and things like that, can you? That's, you know, the men know best, especially when it comes to hairstyles, right? That's for sure. A bunch of cisgendered heterosexual men really are the experts in women's hairstyles. So it's, you know, yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? She'll start getting ideas. Next thing you know, she'll want to like put shoes on and not be pregnant in the kitchen all day long. I mean, what kind of world do you want to live in? Next thing you're going to tell me that the fucking queers are going to want to get married. Jesus goddamn Christ. This is what's wrong with the left, right? First, they let women change their own hairstyles, right? And the next thing you know, they're fucking injecting hormones into your unborn baby to make it a trans communist. Yeah, that's the future the left wants, you know. I don't know, but let me check. No, it isn't, but holy shit, that's a similar outfit. It's close, but no, it's not the same. Based. Where do I get the trans communist HRT? I mean, Aka. That's doable. Didn't they make a fucking movie? All right, hang on. Isn't there a fucking like Justin Timberlake movie or something like that? That is this premise? A world governed by count, numbers engraved on a person's body representing any number related to their life. These counts determine a person's social status and power in Alcia. In time? Yeah, it's out of time or something like that. Yeah, like this feels eerily familiar, that's all. All right, Caboose, feed yourself. I'm glad you're cooking it yourself, Caboose. I look forward to hearing what you made. Hey, Kaiser. Hey, fucking Kaiser.
Want to speak real Korean from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at KoreanClass101.com.
Welcome to KoreanClass101.com's 3분 한국어. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Korean. 안녕하세요, Amy예요. 반가워요. Hi, I'm
Okay, those aren't words.
Amy. Nice to meet you. In this series 3분 한국어, we're going to learn basic Korean expressions. It's super easy and it takes only 3 minutes. First of all, you're going to...
Okay, so Korean 3 is like this. Interesting. I was interested in the cultural threes, right? It's 3, 3, or 3, right? So
learn
Korean
how
3
to
is
introduce
this.
yourself in Korean. There are a few different ways to do it depending on how formal you want to be. Let's first look at an informal way to introduce yourself. 안녕, Amy야. 반가워. Hi, I'm Amy. Nice to meet you.
I gotta be honest. It doesn't work in my brain. I gotta be honest. Like right out the gate, like this 안녕. It doesn't work in my brain, yo. I got Spanish and English. Michelle Luc Bellemare is pretty. He's not terrible looking, yes. There you go. Yeah, like I got Spanish and English. That's I'm sorry. I'm gonna hang out in Spanish and English. That's English and Spanish, right? All right. Hola. Mi amo Kai. ¿Cómo está? That's I'm good. I'm good there. Right? I don't have room for it. No, Karina, it wasn't that either. Nope, I didn't mean to click that. All right. I kind of want to do this now. I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to talk shit about the AnCaps now. I'm feeling like I want to move back over to politics. Infinity Force looks similar, but I don't think that's live action. That's a CG. I kind of want to move back over to politics and now do the like anti-AnCap screed. Or at least start it. Right? Like I kind of want to do it now. Now we've run like the gamut of like non-political stuff. That or we can do some headlines. Because there's a whole bunch of fucking headlines. Oh, it's time to do main character syndrome awareness. You know what? That's what we're gonna call it too. For Toos. Thank you for the new stream title. That's literally what we're gonna call main character syndrome awareness. Tried to learn Mandarin, tripped over the tones, and never got back up. Anarchy? Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me get this lined up. My mind goes to holy shit, yes it was. Atari Silver Elk. First time chat from a viewer with the fucking yes. For the love of God, yes. Thank you. Oh my God, you just weight off my shoulders. It was fucking Cass Hearn. I fucking hang on. I'm just gonna give you a VIP badge just because, plain and simple. Like, fucking A. Oh. Done. Holy mother of God. Feel it badge handed. Fucking. Hang on. Here's the trick. Thank you. For the love of God, thank you.
ここに一つの成果を発表させていただきたい。その名は心臓細胞。
これがよくここまで作ったな。
奥様ご病気だとお聞きしましたが。
ルナはどうするんだ。
友達が戦っているのに自分だけこんなところにいるわけにはいかないんだ。原因不明です。
心臓細胞はまだ完成せんのか。
どういうことだ。
軍部が動いているということです。
なぜ人は戦うのかな。
あなた方は何をしたのですか。
血を治むる新たな心臓人間と称し、人間を皆殺しにする。
I remember this fucking trailer.
206早くしろ。
私がお前を救ってみせる。
貴様は誰だ。
俺はもう人間じゃないんだよ。
たった一つの命を捨てて生まれ変わった不死身の体、鉄の悪魔を叩いて砕くキャシャーンがやらねば誰がやる。
First. Atari. Fucking Atari. You're the hero of the fucking day, right? Like, you're just the hero of the day. That, you do not understand the sense of fucking relief to get that. That's like a fucking itch in the back of your head, right? Like, that you just cannot get rid of. That was going to eat at me. Despite me moving past it, that was going to just eat away at me until you just like a fucking superhero. Catherine, just, oh, thank you, Atari. Like, legitimately, thank you. And now let's watch this fight scene, because this fight scene is badass. Thank you, Karina, and congratulations, Atari. Anime is shit. Again, Atari. Thank you. Oh, fuck me. It feels almost post-orgasm. Atari. So honestly, when Kai said Gotcha Man looks similar, I went to my anime list, checked the recommendations from there, saw Cass Hearn had a similar look, and checked for an adaptation, and there was The Mask. The hive mind. The fucking hive mind. This is why, oh, you might lose your individuality if you hook your brain up to the fucking internet. Like, oh, if we become hive, fuck that. The hive mind is where it's at. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Fucking jack that shit in. That is, oh, yeah. Cass Hearn. I hadn't heard that name in, like, when was that fucking movie released? What year was that? How far off was I? 2004. So at least a decade. I'm off by, okay, so I'm off by about 5-6 years. I mean, if y'all want to watch it, we'll watch it on a movie night for sure. And yeah, it wasn't well received because America just wasn't ready for like a live action anime, I guess. But dude, you saw the trailer, you heard the fucking track, you saw the fucking fight, right? Like the movies, I had a good time. I enjoyed it. It's fucking badass. It's a live action, adaptation of the original Neo-Human Cass Hearn anime series from 1973, and Cass Hearn Sins is the reboot of it. And yeah, Karina sent me the Cass Hearn Sins. It feels like a load off. Like legitimately, that's a mental load off of me. Holy shit, man. All right, hang on. Close that window. Dude, there was, in no part of my brain was Cassern going to be an option. In no part of my brain was Cassern going to be an option. Like that word, that name was long gone. But as soon as I saw it, yes. Yeah, all I could remember is like it's got this like weird apocalyptic vibe to it, and the fucking mask, that white suit. Like that's what I fucking remember. Like ninjas, samurai sort of white suit with the fucking just mask. That's all I could remember. What you got, Cat?
Пошел нахуй, даун ебаный ебал, ты, блядь, свинью пидорасов, сука, блядь.
Fine.
Пошел нахуй, даун ебаный ебал, ты, блядь, свинью пидорасов, сука, блядь.
No, it was like Kasan is a different thing entirely. Neo-Human Cassern was the Japanese. Okay, so Kasan Robot Hunter is the English dub. And Robot Hunter Cassern is the Japanese version. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at it here.
What is important is that these prisoners be convinced that you are Kasha.
Alright. Oh, I should have. Yeah, we watched the lower res version. There was a higher quality available for that fucking fight scene. Yes. All right, we'll give it a watch. My guess is that the Kasan English dub of the original was a terrible translation, which was why Catherine Sins got it right. All right, cool. Catherine, Birth of the Neo-Sapiens. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, that just feels better. That feels better. That was gonna drive me insane. And fucking Atari, hey Stellar, and hey Tech Support, and Atari just comes in like fucking Casser and fucking just swooping in, fucking saving the day. Holy shit, man. Did Hellsing ever get a live action? Based on the fact everything else has it, I'm just gonna assume it did. It seems to be in the works, Karina. It seems to be in the works. That's all I got. Okay. God, it feels good. All right. Legitimately. Oh, that's worse. Yeah, well, Hellsing's badass. Hellsing is badass. Well, here's one good piece of good news. Karina, the screenwriter for the Hellsing movie is one, a fan of the source material, and two, the screenwriter that wrote John Wick. So this is his own quote. Ever since my brother introduced me to the Hellsing manga and anime some years ago, I've been obsessed with adapting it. So, like, this dude already wrote a world-class script centered around an essentially unkillable assassin, with, like, memorable characters, right? So, we don't know who's directing, we don't know who's starring, but, yeah, Derek Kolstad, who wrote the script for John Wick, is the one doing it. So, you know. No, capitalism's great. Capitalism's great, y'all. Totally leads to all sorts of innovation. No. Just no. Just no. Oh god, and it's gonna be CGI hybrid. Oh, even worse. I'd have to guess it is, actually. Did they not learn their lesson with that fucking Aladdin shit? They're doing a sequel? What the motherfucker. I am going to dig Robin Williams' fucking bones up, re-articulate his fucking skeleton, and bitch slap whoever I need to. I'm just gonna bitch slap my way through fucking Disney's ranks with the re-articulated skeleton of Robin Williams until I get to whoever the fuck I need to get to make Aladdin stop being a thing. Please, stop with the Will Smith shit. He's terrible at it. Stop with the Aladdin live action. It's terrible. It just is. Oh, God. Yeah, oh yeah, Zelda would fucking, yeah, Zelda would probably help too. All right, what new fresh hell am I gonna find as I keep scrolling here? Good on you, tech support. Fucking ride or die on that one. He's the guy who tries to marry, he tries to like get fucking Princess Jasmine. He's like a 2-bit character. Even I was like, initially, I'm like, who the fuck was he? He's getting a fucking spin-off. Oh, dear sweet Jesus. The live-action Hercules remake thing is going to be the Avengers Endgame directors, the Russo brothers. They'll direct, they'll produce but not direct. Oh, great. A photorealistic Bambi, y'all. Hey, y'all. You know what we need? Is a photorealistic remake of Bambi. Because that didn't scar generations of children enough. We need it to look real this time. Can we not with Bambi? I'm just saying, like, how many kids got fucked up by that movie? Like, just, can we not? This time Bambi's mom dies for real. Right? Like, how fucking... Generations of kids have been scarred by that movie. Do we really need a photorealistic version of that movie? That movie's fucked, y'all. That movie is fucked. And now we gotta do a photoreal... Can we just not? Fucking A. Right, Tech? Right? How many of y'all have seen James and the Giant Peach? How many of y'all have seen this movie? Right? Like, James and the Giant Peach was fucking weird as shit, right? Like, I got weird... Like, that movie's fucking weird as shit, man. Like, I don't... Like, like, all I remember is, as a kid... just sitting there going, this is fucking weird. Like, this is weird, right? Like, I'm into, like, alien robots blowing each other up and shit, and that's, like, normal. Like, fucking Twinkie boy who yells magic words with a sword, right? And all of a sudden is a leather dom, right? Okay, cool. I'm down for all of it. James and the Giant Peach. What the fuck is going on, and why is this movie so fucking weird? Homie's mom got by a rhino. Dude, like... yeah. That movie gonna be fucking horny as shit, y'all. There ain't no way a fucking live action Tinkerbell movie doesn't. That shit's gonna be horny as fuck. The Rule 34s off that movie alone are gonna be fucking insane. Bambi's mom dies in 4K ultra real graphics with ultra HD 20K textures, high-end simulated fur, and high vowel density fluid simulations for realistic blood splatter. See Bambi like you've never seen it before. Exactly, Caboose. Live action Tinkerbell, the next Winx saga chapter. All right, so it was after that. So OpenGL, thanks. Fuck you. Thanks, but fuck you for making me see that. Bambi 2022, traumatizing a whole new generation. Yeah, fuck you. Dude, can we just break Disney up already? Can we just like Ma Bell this shit and fucking just shatter them? Dude, talk about it, like asking for an antitrust. Just asking for an antitrust lawsuit. Can we? And everything's getting the Marvel treatment. You know everything's getting the Marvel treatment. Cat. You know everything. I mean, they've even got like fucking like Russo brothers and shit like producing some of this bullshit, right? Nah, capitalism totally leads to creativity, y'all. 100%. They're all about the new ideas. Oh, what? We're just rehashing 17 of our classic films because we have no new ideas outside of Cape Man shoot like lightning. I mean, let's face it. Every fucking like we want Emmanuel with the Marvel treatment. Every fucking Marvel movie's the same. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, right? They're super formulaic. There's a fucking checklist. Right down to the special effects package that gets applied. Right? Like, it's rough. That was, dude, 17 fucking live action remakes. 17 live action remakes. Lovely. And no Rin Tin Tin reboot. Shake my damn head. I know it's not Disney, but where's our Secret of Nim live action? Rent seeking for storytelling. Yay! Oh. That was. Do we need to? No live action reboot? Just wait, tech support. Just wait. Give it time. Who owns Reboot? Who owns the rights? Mainframe Entertainment, Alliance Communications, and BLT Productions seems to have the control over it. Oh, you mean reboot the Guardian code, Karina? What if Tron was a teen superhero show made by the people that did Power Rangers? Oh, wait, I don't have to wonder anymore. I'm Wither. You can see yourself out. Tron is badass, and the Daft Punk soundtrack for Tron 2 is legitimately one of the best soundtracks done. It's in the top 25 or 50, right? Like if we're making a score for movies list, do we have to mention the Daft Punk soundtrack for Tron 2? Like, it's legitimately a banger of a score. It's legitimately good. Look, the fucking the re-resed version. Fucking look, the Tron 2 movie is Tron 1 is an original story, right? Tron 2 is a sequel. But the visuals, right? Like, to sit there and watch that movie and go, what if the original movie looked like this? What if the original movie had this kind of scoring attached to it, right? And that's what it gives you, is that moment where you sit there and go, yeah, this is the treatment this movie deserved from day one. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, the weird fucking CG'd, like, Daniels thing is weird as shit. Yes, admittedly so. But man, that fucking dude, that score was amazing. That score was amazing. Like, legitimately one of the best scores. Exclusive image of the Disney script writing process, y'all. Fertus, did you just bang this out really quickly? This feels like Fertus just banged this out. Yes, I did. Fertus, you never cease to amaze me, my friend. You never cease to amaze me. Good night, Zippy. Sleep well. Copy image. And again, it goes in the art gallery. Exclusive inside. There you go. And into meat, and there it goes. Have they ever gone back to try and over-animate the original? I don't think so, Karina. Tron 2 is a visual masterpiece and truly captures a sense of intrigue, and anyone saying otherwise is coping. Dude, it's a good fucking movie. Honestly. And A Line Club was my favorite song from the movie. Dude, I like the score in its totality. See, I've tripped balls to that soundtrack a few times. Like, legitimately. And taken it as sort of a trip, right? Like, literally that fucking, the intro is Daniel's, like, doing that narration and setting you up for sort of like diving into the Matrix, right? And I have dosed heavily and gone along for the ride. look, again, I would never recommend that you do anything that's illegal in your area. But if you were going to do that, I'm telling you, it's a hell of a time. Put on fucking like quality headphones, like get a high, like a not compressed, get like a FLAC version of the soundtrack and high quality headphones and go along for the ride. It's worth doing. It's worth doing. I've got a few really good like trip memories associated with just fucking dosing and laying down on a bed, dark and completely black, and just listening to that soundtrack from beginning to end. And holy shit, as that fucking soundtrack's climaxes, you just got to do it, folks, to understand. The Tron 2 soundtrack is what an action movie in cyberspace should sound like. Yes. Yeah. 100%. Nice, Square. Michael Sheen bit was a bit out of place in Grid World, but I forgive it. Fair enough, Carpe. Mickey. I'm printing money. I can't do Mickey. Haha. Nobody fucks with the mouse. That's as close to Mickey as I can get. Ooh. Itch. Not quite the ass, but close enough. Dude, it legitimately, that's... Oh, well, thank you. That's about as close as I can get to Mickey, though. It's a little too high-pitched for me. It requires, like, real vocal cord constriction to hit. I mean, I'm down here in normal resonance. Mickey's, like, what, two octaves above me? Yep, I did. Cat has been on the receiving end of me as a GM for a cyberspace adventure, amongst other things. But cyberpunk. But Cat was a hacker. Cat was a decker or a runner, a net runner, and so I did the dive. Once wore a Mickey suit for a kid's birthday party. Got paid $50. I jumped in a bouncy house and did the voice. It was a mini game, but still, yeah. Steven Crowder sounds like Mickey pretending his balls have dropped. All right, hang on. Now I need Steven Crowder. Yeah, whatever. Just
yeah. Good. Let the times what they couldn't. If I don't think that a 45-year-old man should be able to take a dump in the junior high school girls' locker room, I'm transphobic.
Holy shit, you're right. I hear it immediately, Rev. You're not fucking wrong, Rev. That actually legitimately does sound like.
Understand it. The point is, when you see these blanket words out there, right away your bullshit meter should go. Okay, so let's get down to what was actually said.
Legit. Steven Crowder sounds like Mickey Mouse pretending his balls have dropped. Holy shit, man. You're the antithesis, the antithesis of Steven Crowder. Well, thank you. I will take that any day of the week. That was... Yeah, it's almost more accurate than Kermit Peterson. You know how to make the Kermit voice? How you hollow the back of your throat by tightening the palate and the uvula? Play with that while you do the high-pitched Mickey laugh. Just play with it. Oh, yeah, I'm not. Tech support. Dude, that kind of vocal work is rough on my throat. I don't like to do that kind of stuff. I don't like impressions. Just from a vocal health perspective for me. Carpe, no, that wasn't pitched. That was just I literally pulled up the first fucking Steven Crowder video that I found. Steven Crowder went to his channel and clicked a fucking video and jumped partway through. And that was just him talking. That was just his video. So Ah, looks like the Things domain is set up for auto renewal. Cool. Good. It's even better when he gets excited. Interesting. Since we're doing Crowder Discourse, what is this? Oh, we watched this. Interestingly enough, Kaiser, DGen Storytime with Kai. Interestingly enough, Kaiser, deep throating doesn't bother my throat as much as that, right? Like, it's, from what I can tell, it's the vibrations of the vocal cords, right? That will really irritate my throat, whereas just doesn't. Just saying.
Okay. Right. All right, let me check this. Okay. All right, I'll give you a countdown and then I'll 3, 2. All right, okay, I'm really glad to have my next guest on the show, and I've always said this, I always respect people who enter into the arena. And we've had a lot of debates on this show, which is different from like a Change My Mind, where we sit down and have conversations. But I do appreciate the guy making the time, because a lot of people haven't. You know him, some of you like him, some of you don't. Same can be said for me. Ethan Klein from H3H3. Ethan, thanks, man, for making the time.
You're very welcome, and I just want to say, I know you called me, you said that I would be a layup.
I think I used something like that. Yeah.
And I think you're right, because I don't think I'm a very good debater. I think you know that. So I didn't want to make it too easy for you.
Oh, okay.
So I've prepared.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what we were going to talk about is the initial quote that happened. I think he's looking off there. The initial quote that kind of was turned into a little bit of a meme, which wasn't intentional, and was you saying you don't even have to.
Look, I don't watch a whole lot of H3. I've never watched a whole lot of H3, but that weird thing they were doing with Ethan's face is pretty much spot on. It's an over exaggeration, of course. It's a caricature, but it's pretty much spot on. I love it.
The CDC, and I disagree with that. I think people should think about it. I believe, and we'd talked about this through Playful Ribbing, in an aggregation of medical authorities and scientific voices to make an informed and rational decision. So where do you think that I'm wrong on that?
Stephen, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
Still really well done.
Come on, Steven.
Wow.
Oh, God. I think we need to have a meeting with his dad.
Irony alert, Steven. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a baby. You're come on, Steven. I think he lost the right to those holsters. I think he has to retire them.
Oh, sweetie. What kind of a pussy am I talking to? What happened to you? Bro, it was a dope movie, and you're a fucking communist. Can't wait for Avatar 2.
Cold feet again.
Visual artists amaze me. The conceptualization and then the actualization of the vision. Visual artists just absolutely amaze me.
Brain, you're acting kind of weird today.
I mean, was he never not a Chimpator? Rev?
And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day.
Like I said, visual artists amaze me. That just the ability to actualize, like to create that conceptualization. Yeah, it's an impressive thing. It's an impressive thing. Ridiculous. I mean, Swede, I get it. Like, the new Evangelion, sorry, looks wild. Unironic good capture of the Grifter's Vortex. Oh, hang on. Jesus Christ, this fucking pop-out bullshit that the chat is doing is fucking useless now.
I'm here to talk to you today about music, arts, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generation is facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, battle against intellectualism, a war against rational behavior. And we're not even aware of it. And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world.
I was wondering about that, Crix. Thank you.
The revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons. God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. You fucking fuck! Fuck! You fucking brain
What the fuck? What the f— and just ends. Just ends. Oh my god. Yeah, credit where credit's due. That fucking Amon Animations does solid fucking work. Oh. I want to read some of this theory. I do. I want to read some of this theory. I don't want to like gear change because legitimately that would like we've been having fun and shit like that. But I feel like I'm not doing my job by preparing people correctly with some theory. And so like guy eats chatters. No, I don't. I feel I for the most part just fucking, you know, get along with you guys. Timpocalypse lost Tim Pool tapes. Jesus Christ, it's like 51 minutes.
I like talking about ideas. I like talking about ideas.
They put my face on the Today Show and claimed I was pushing conspiracy theories, which was just total BS.
Sure, I don't know specifically which conspiracy theories that they claimed.
They claimed that because I reported on the Fox Business article about Seth Rich, I was pushing a conspiracy theory that Seth Rich leaked documents to WikiLeaks.
I'm personally inclined to believe that there is at least a greater than probability chance, again, my opinion, that Seth Rich was in fact the leaker. Now with Kim.com's statement, I'm sitting around a 57 to 65% chance that that Seth Rich was the leaker.
That was a thing. That was a thing that just happened. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm just wondering how fast I can speed read some of this stuff. My TMJ recently has been bothering me, and that's just brutal. I've been let's just say I've been wanting to suck some dick. All right. If I don't do some of this, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm gonna be annoyed with myself, right? So Kez, it's been a thing. It's been a thing, Kez. All right, fine. All right, I'm gonna read at least some of this. I fucking no, Karina. I'm in before viewership drops. I know, right? Here, I'm gonna do this. Let's watch it, Kat, and see. But either way, is anarcho-capitalism a type of capitalism? Anyone who's followed political discussion on the net has probably come across people calling themselves libertarians, but arguing from a right-wing pro-capitalist perspective. For most Europeans, this is weird, as in Europe, the term libertarian is almost used in conjunction with socialist or communist. In the US, though, the right has partially succeeded in appropriating the term for itself. Even stranger, however, is that a few of these right-wingers have started calling themselves anarchists, in what must be the finest example of an oxymoron in the English language, anarcho-capitalist. Arguing with fools is seldom rewarded, but to allow their foolishness to go unchallenged risks allowing them to deceive those who are new to anarchism. This is what the section of the Anarchist FAQ is for, to show why the claims of these anarchist capitalists are false. Anarchism has always been anti-capitalist, and any anarchism that claims otherwise cannot be a part of the anarchist tradition. So this section of the FAQ does not reflect some kind of debate within anarchism, as many of these types like to pretend, but a debate between anarchism and its old enemy, capitalism. In many ways, this debate mirrors the one between Kropotkin and Herbert Spencer, an English pro-capitalist minimalist statist, at the turn of the 19th century, and as such, it is hardly new. The anarcho-capitalist argument hinges on using the dictionary definition of anarchism or anarchy. They try to define anarchism as being opposition to government and nothing else. However, dictionaries are hardly politically sophisticated, and their definitions rarely reflect the wide range of ideas associated with political theories and their history. Thus, the dictionary definition is anarchism will tend to ignore its consistent views on authority, exploitation, property, and capitalism, ideas easily discovered if actual anarchist texts have been read. And of course, many dictionaries define anarchy as chaos or disorder, but we never see anarcho-capitalists using that particular definition. Thank you for the follow, whoever that just was. Let's see, Singal, thank you for the follow. And for this strategy to work, a lot of inconvenient history and ideas from all branches of anarchism must be ignored, from individuals like Spooner and Tucker to communists like Kropotkin and Malatesta. Anarchists have always been anti-capitalists. See Section G for more on the anti-capitalist nature of individualist anarchism. Therefore, anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists in the same sense that rain is not dry. Of course, we cannot stop the anarcho-capitalists using the words anarcho, anarchism, and anarchy to describe their ideas. The democracies of the West could not stop the Chinese Stalinist state from calling itself the People's Republic of China, nor could the Social Democrats stop the fascists in Germany calling themselves National Socialists. Nor could the Italian anarcho-syndicalists stop the fascists using the expression National Syndicalism. This does not mean that any of these movements' actual name reflected their content. China is a dictatorship, not a democracy. The Nazis were not socialists. Capitalists made fortunes in Nazi Germany because it crushed the labor movement, and the Italian fascist state had nothing in common with anarcho-syndicalist ideas of decentralized from the bottom-up unions and abolition of state and capitalism. Therefore, just because someone uses a label, it does not mean that they support the ideas associated with that label. And this is the case with anarcho-capitalism. Its ideas are at odds with the key ideas associated with all forms of traditional anarchism, even individualist anarchism, which is often claimed as being a forebearer of their ideology. All we can do is indicate why anarcho-capitalism is not a part of the anarchist tradition, and so has falsely appropriated the name. Section of this FAQ aims to do just that, present the case why anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists. We do this in part by indicating where they differ from genuine anarchists on essential issues such as private property, equality, exploitation, and opposition to hierarchy. In addition, we take the opportunity to present a general critique of right libertarian claims from an anarchist perspective. In this way, we show why anarchists reject the theory as being opposed to liberty and anarchist ideals. We are covering this topic in an FAQ for three reasons. Firstly, the number of libertarian and anarcho-capitalists on the net means that those seeking to find out about anarchism may conclude that they are anarchists as well. Secondly, unfortunately, some academics and writers have taken their claims of being anarchists at face value and have included their ideology into general accounts of anarchism. These two reasons are obviously related, and hence the need to show the facts of the matter. As we've extensively documented in earlier sections, anarchist theory has always been anti-capitalist. There is no relationship between anarchism and capitalism in any form. Therefore, there is a need for this section in order to indicate exactly why so-called anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists. As will be quickly seen from our discussion, almost all anarchists who become aware of anarcho-capitalism quickly reject it as a form of anarchism. The better academic accounts do note that anarchists generally reject the claim, though. The last reason is to provide other anarchists with arguments and evidence to use against these so-called anarcho-capitalists and its claims of being a new form of anarchism. So this section does not, as we noted above, represent some kind of debate within anarchism. It reflects the attempt by anarchists to reclaim the history and meaning of anarchism from those who are attempting to steal its name, just as right-wingers in America have attempted to appropriate the name libertarian for their pro-capitalist views, and by so doing, ignore over 100 years of anti-capitalist usage. However, this section also serves two other purposes. Firstly, critiquing right libertarian and so-called anarcho-capitalist theories allows us to explain anarchist ones at the same time and indicate why they are better. Secondly, and more importantly, the ideas and ideals that underline so-called anarcho-capitalism are usually identical, or at the very least similar, to those of neoliberalism. This was noted by Bob Black in the 1980s when a, quote, wing of the Reaganist right has obviously appropriated with suspect selectivity such libertarian themes as deregulation and volunteerism. Ideologues indignant that Reagan has travestied their principles. Tough shit. I noticed that it's their principles, not mine, that he found suitable for travesty. The libertarian is a conservative. That's what that was. This was echoed by Noam Chomsky 2 decades later when, quote, nobody takes right-wing libertarianism seriously as everyone knows that a society that worked by its principles would self-destruct in 3 seconds. The only reason why some people pretend to take it seriously is because you can use it as a weapon. See Understanding Power, page 200. As neoliberalism is being used as an ideological basis of the current attack on the working class, critiquing so-called anarcho-capitalism and right libertarianism also allows use to build theoretical weapons to use to resist this attack and aid the class struggle. A few more points before beginning. When debating with libertarian or so-called anarcho-capitalists, it's necessary to remember that while they claim real capitalism does not exist, anybody? Has anybody heard a particular person claim that that's just not real capitalism. That's not true capitalism. It's almost like I've heard this argument before from somewhere. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, they claim that real capitalism does not exist because all existing forms of capitalism are statist. They will claim that all the good things we have, advanced medical technology, consumer choice of products, etc., are nevertheless due to capitalism. Interesting. Yet, if you point out that any problems in modern life, these will be blamed on statism. Since there has never been and never will be a capitalist system without some sort of state, it's hard to argue against this so-called logic. Many actually use the example of the internet as proof of the power of capitalism, ignoring the fact that the state paid for its development before turning it over to companies to make a profit from it, and a vast majority of the technologies that underpin it were developed using a communalistic or communistic style of open source technology development. Similar points can also be made about numerous other products of the capitalism and the world we live in. To artificially separate one aspect of complex evolution fails to understand the nature and history of the capitalist system. In addition to this ability to be selective about the history and results of capitalism, their theory has a great escape clause. If wealthy employers abuse the power or rights of the working class, as they have always done, then they have, according to the quote-unquote libertarian ideology, ceased to be capitalists. This is based upon the misperception that an economic system that relies on force cannot be capitalistic. This is very handy as it can absolve the ideology from blame for any excessive oppression which results from its practice. Thus, individuals are always to blame, not the system that generated the opportunities for abuse they freely used. Anarchism has always been aware of the existence of free market capitalism, particularly its extreme minimal state wing, and has always rejected it. As discussed in Section 7, linked in the FAQ, anarchists from Proudhon onwards have rejected the idea of any similar aims and goals, and significantly vice versa. As academic Alan Carter notes, anarchist concern for equality as a necessary precondition for genuine freedom means, quote, That is one very good reason for not confusing anarchists with liberals or economic libertarians. In other words, for not lumping together everyone who is in some way or another critical of the state. It's why calling the likes of Nozick anarchists is highly misleading. Some notes on anarchism, page 141 to 145 in Anarchist Studies, volume 1, number 2, and page 143, if you want those quote citations. So anarchists have evaluated quote-unquote free market capitalism and rejected it as non-anarchist for over 150 years. Attempts by so-called anarcho-capitalists to say that their system is anarchistic flies in the face of this long history of anarchist analysis. That some academics fall for their attempts to appropriate the anarchist label for the ideology is false premise. I did non-binary. It is quote, it is judged to be anarchism largely because some anarcho-capitalists say they are anarchists and because they criticize the state. See Peter Sabatini, Social Anarchism, number 23, page 100. More generally, we must stress that most, if not all anarchists, do not want to live in a society just like this one, but without state coercion and the initiation of force. Anarchists do not confuse freedom with the right to govern and exploit others, nor with the ability of being able to change masters. It is not enough to say we can start our own cooperative business in such a society. We want the abolition of the capitalist system of authoritarian relationships, not just in change of bosses or the possibility of little islands of liberty within a sea of capitalism, islands which are always in danger of being flooded and our activity destroyed. Thus, in this section of the FAQ, we will analyze many so-called anarcho-capitalist claims on their own terms. For example, the importance of equality in market, or why capitalism cannot be reformed away by exchanges on the capitalist market. But it does not mean we desire a society nearly identical to the current one. Far from it, we want to transform the society into one more suited for developing and enriching individuality and freedom. But before we can achieve that, we must critically evaluate the current society and point out its basic limitations. Finally, we will dedicate this section of the FAQ to those who have seen the real face of free market capitalism at work, the working men and women, anarchist or not, NB friends as well, murdered in the jails and concentration camps or on the streets by hired assassins of capitalism. That is the prefix. That is the prefix. I'm going to do a couple of sections here. Well, not a couple of sections, but I'm going to try and get through the first section. Maybe. So, are so-called anarcho-capitalists really anarchists? In a word, no. All right, we done here? Oh, you want words and reasons and stuff, huh? All right, fine. Fair enough, Kez. Sleep well. Okay, well, I suppose. While so-called anarcho-capitalists obviously try to associate themselves with the anarchist tradition by using the word anarcho or calling themselves anarchists, their ideas are distinctly at odds with those associated with anarchism. As a result, any claim that their ideas are anarchist or that they are a part of the anarchist tradition or movement are false. So-called anarcho-capitalists claim to be anarchists because they say they oppose the government. As such, as noted in the last section, they use a dictionary definition of anarchism. However, this fails to appreciate the anarchism as a political theory, not a dictionary definition. As dictionaries are rarely politically sophisticated things, this means that they fail to recognize that anarchism is more than just opposition to government. It's also a marked opposition to capitalism, exploitation, private property. Thus, opposition to government is a necessary but not sufficient condition for being an anarchist. You also need to be opposed to exploitation and capitalist private property. As so-called anarcho-capitalists do not consider interest, rent, and profits, i.e. capitalism, to be exploitative nor oppose capitalist property rights, again, they are not anarchists. Moreover, so-called anarcho-capitalists is inherently self-refuting. We can see that from the leading so-called anarcho-capitalist, Murray Rothbard. He thundered against the evil of the state, arguing that it, quote, arrogates it to itself a monopoly of force, of ultimate decision-making power over a given territorial area. In and of itself, this definition is unremarkable. that a few people, an elite of rulers, claim the right to rule over others must be part of any sensible definition of state or government. However, the problems begin for Rothbard when he notes that, obviously, in a free society, Smith has the ultimate decision-making power over his own just property, Jones over his, etc. See The Ethics of Liberty, page 170 and page 173. The logical contradiction in this position should be obvious, but not to Rothbard or the people who follow this bullshit. It shows the power of ideology, the ability of means words, the expression private property to turn the bad ultimate decision-making power over a given area into the good ultimate decision-making power over a given area. Now, this contradiction can be solved in only one way. The owners of the given area are also its users. In other words, a system of possession or occupancy and use, as favored by anarchists. However, Rothbard is a capitalist and supports private property, as do so-called AnCaps. In other words, wage labor and landlords. This means that he supports a divergence between ownership and use, and this means that this ultimate decision-making power extends to those who use but do not own such property, i.e. tenants and workers. The status nature of private property is clearly indicated by Rothbard's words. The property owner in a so-called anarcho-capitalist society possesses, quote, the ultimate decision-making power over a given area, which is also what the state has. Rothbard, ironically proved by his own definition that anarcho-capitalism is not anarchist. Rothbard does not try to solve this contradiction. Rothbard does try to solve this contradiction, but utterly fails. He simply ignores the crux of the matter. That's a pattern amongst them. That capitalism is based on hierarchy and therefore cannot be anarchist. He does this by arguing that a hierarchy associated with capitalism is fine as long as the private property that produced it was acquired in a just manner. In so doing, he yet again draws attention to the identical authority structures and social relationships of the state and property. As he puts it, quote, if the state may be said to properly own its territory, then it is proper for it to make rules for everyone who presumes to live in that area. It can legitimately seize or control private property because there is no private property in the area, because it really owns the entire land surface. So long as the state permits its subjects to leave its territory, then it can be said to act as does any other owner who sets down rules for people living on his property. Obviously, Rothbard argues that the state does not justly own its territory, but given that the current distribution of property is just as much the result of violence and coercion of the state as the state, his argument is seriously flawed. It amounts, as we note in section 4, to little more than immaculate conception of property, unrelated to reality. Even assuming the private property was produced by the means Rothbard assumes, it does not justify the hierarchy associated with it, as the current and future generations of humanity have effectively been excommunicated from liberty by previous ones. If, as Rothbard argues, property is a natural right and the basis of liberty, then why should the many be excluded from their birthright by a minority? In other words, Rothbard denies that liberty should be universal. He chooses property over liberty, while anarchists choose liberty over property. Even worse, the possibility that private property can result in worse violations of individual freedom, at least of workers, than the state of its citizens was implicitly acknowledged by Rothbard. He uses as a hypothetical example a country whose king is threatened by a rising libertarian movement. The king responds by employing a cunning stratagem, namely he proclaims his government to be dissolved, but just before doing so, he arbitrarily parcels out the entire land of his kingdom to the ownership of himself and his relatives. Rather than taxes, his subjects now pay rent, and he can regulate the lives of all the people who presume to live on his property as he sees fit. Rothbard then asks, quote, now, what should be the reply of the libertarian rebels to this pert challenge? If they are consistent utilitarians, they must bow to this subterfuge and resign themselves to living under a regime of a no less despotic than the one they had been battling for so long, perhaps indeed more despotic, for now the king and his relatives can claim for themselves the libertarians' very principle of the absolute right of private property, an absoluteness which they might not have dared to claim before. End quote. So not only does the property owner have the same monopoly of power over a given area as the state, it is more despotic as it is based on the absolute right of private property. And remember, Rothbard is arguing in favor of so-called anarcho-capitalism. And if you have unbridled capitalism, you will have all kinds of authority. You will have extreme authority. Chomsky, Understanding Power, page 200. So in practice, private property is private property is a major source of oppression and authoritarianism within society. There is little or no freedom within capitalist production. As Bakunin noted, quote, the worker sells his person and his liberty for a given time. So in stark contrast to anarchists, so-called anarcho-capitalists have no problem with factory fascism, i.e. wage labor, a position which seems highly illogical for a theory calling itself libertarian. If it were truly libertarian, it would oppose all forms of domination, not just statism. This position flows from the so-called anarcho-capitalist definition of freedom as the absence of coercion and will be discussed in section 2 in more detail. Of course, Rothbard has yet another means to escape the obvious, namely that the market will limit the abuses of the property owners. Heard this one too before? Because I've heard this one a fair amount too. Angie, I told you didn't fucking need to sit down and read this shit. They're not anarchists, Angie. They're not anarchists. This is not, this is what I've been telling you. Like, it's not two camps of anarchists and you can't find your home. They aren't anarchists. This is the thing. If I just fucking move into your house and start calling myself Angie, oh no, I'm Angie now. You can be sitting there next to me, bitch slapping me, going, you're not me, motherfucker. You can't just move in and call yourself by my name, and that's how it works. That's what these people have done. This is a bad faith fucking move. This is literally an infiltration. This is why it gets under my skin. They are not anarchists. If workers do not like their ruler, then they can seek another. However, this reply completely ignores the reality of economic and social power. Thus, the consent argument fails because it ignores the social circumstances of capitalism, which limit the choice of many. Anarchists have long argued that as a class, workers have little choice but to consent to the capitalist hierarchy. The alternative is dire poverty or starvation. These so-called anarcho-capitalists dismiss their claims by denying that there is such a thing as economic power. Rather, it's simply freedom of contract. Another word you hear them talk about all the time. Contracts come up a lot when they talk about this stuff. Anarchists consider such claims a joke. To show why, we need only quote, yet again, Rothbard on the abolition of slavery and serfdom in the 19th century. He argued correctly that, quote, the bodies of the oppressed were freed, but the property which they had worked and eminently deserved to own remained in the hands of their former oppressors. With economic power thus remaining in their hands, the former lords soon found themselves virtual masters once more of what they were now free tenants or farm laborers. The serfs and slaves had tasted freedom, but had been cruelly deprived of its fruits. To say the least, anarchists fail to see logic in this position. Contrast this with the standard so-called anarcho-capitalist claims that if free market forces, voluntary exchanges, result in the creation of free tenants or farm laborers, then they are free. Yet laborers dispossessed by market forces are in exactly the same social and economic situation as ex-serfs and ex-slaves. If the latter do not have the fruits of freedom, nor do the former. Rothbard sees the obvious economic power in the latter case, but denies it in the former. It's only Rothbard's ideology that stops him from drawing the obvious conclusion. Identical economic conditions produce identical social relationships. And so capitalism is marked by economic power and virtual masters. The only solution is for so-called anarcho-capitalists to simply say that ex-serfs and ex-slaves were actually free to choose, and consequently, Rothbard was wrong. It might be inhuman, but it would at least be logically consistent. this perspective is alien to anarchism. For example, individualist anarchist William Bailey noted, under capitalism, there is a class system marked by a dependent industrial class of wage workers, a privileged class of wealth monopolizers, each becoming more and more distinct from the other as capitalism advances. This has turned property into, quote, a social power, an economic force destructive of rights, a fertile source of injustice, a means of enslaving the dispossessed. Under this system, equal liberty cannot obtain. Bailey notes that the modern industrial world under capitalist conditions have arisen under the regime of status, and so law-made privileges. However, it seems unlikely that he would have concluded that such a class system would be fine if it had developed naturally, or that the current state was abolished while leaving the class structure intact. Tucker recognized that even the freest competition was powerless against the, quote, enormous concentration of wealth associated with modern capitalism. Normally, I'd be just like literally just doing this like straight through. Why can't we? But like I've made these arguments so many fucking times at this point. But we're literally doing a full run of this because apparently people need to hear this verbatim. Therefore, anarchists recognize that, quote, free exchange or consent in unequal circumstances. Well, the link is in chat. If you're looking at chat, why can't we be friends? Like it's the link. I just put the link in chat. Therefore, anarchists recognize that free exchange or consent in unequal circumstances will reduce freedom as well as increasing individuality between individuals and classes. In other words, inequality will produce social relationships which are based on hierarchy and domination, not freedom. As again, Noam Chomsky managed to put it, so-called anarcho-capitalism, in my opinion, is a doctrinal system which, if ever implemented, would lead to forms of tyranny and oppression that have few counterparts in human history. There isn't the slightest possibility that its, in my view, horrendous ideas would be implemented because they would quickly destroy any society that made this colossal error. The idea of free contract between the potentate and his starving subject is a sick joke. Thanks for the follow. Perhaps worth some moments in an academic seminar exploring the consequences of, in my view, absurd ideas, but nowhere else. You can read this on Anarchism, interview with Tom Lane, 1996, Noam Chomsky. Clearly then, by its own arguments, so-called anarcho-capitalism is not anarchist. This should come as no surprise to anarchists. Anarchism as a political theory was born when Proudhon wrote, "What is property?" Specifically to refute the notion that workers are free when capitalist property forces them to seek employment by landlords and capitalists. He was well aware that in such circumstances, quote, violates equality by the rights of exclusion and increase and freedom by despotism, and has perfect identity with robbery. He unsurprisingly talks of the proprietor to whom the worker has sold and surrendered his liberty. For Proudhon, anarchy was the absence of a master, of a sovereign, while proprietor was synonymous with sovereign. For he who imposes his will as law and suffers neither contradiction nor control. This meant that property engenders despotism, as each proprietor is sovereign lord within the sphere of his property. Again, What is Property, page 251, page 130, page 264, and pages 266 and 267 by Proudhon, if you want to read it yourself. It must also be stressed that Proudhon's classic work is a lengthy critique of the kind of apologetics for private property that Rothbard espouses to salvage his ideology from obvious contradictions. Right at this moment, I'd like to interject. This is why constantly when you hear me talk about these sorts of topics and these sorts of people who espouse this ideology, and I say they're shit anarchists, they're not good, they don't understand anarchism. Like if somebody says they are like an AnCap or a fucking whatever, right? And my go-to is they don't understand anarchism. It's because all of the foundational texts of anarchism discuss this. This is not new. This has just been compressed into a FAQ on the Anarchist FAQ site for people who need to hear this sort of stuff. Because the fact of the matter is any amount of logic should get you to the end result. If you can look at capitalism through an anarchist lens, you immediately see coercive elements. You immediately see oppressive elements. You immediately see a hierarchy. You see unjust authority. You see unbalanced power dynamics. Any anarchist analysis looks at this and goes, yeah, no, that's got to go, right? Just like the state, right? It immediately clicks. It immediately clicks. But you got these motherfuckers running around making these arguments, and it's like, no, you don't understand anarchism, right? Like, they're like, the only thing that springs to mind is like actual doctors on like Facebook arguing with the do your research crowd. Right? Like, you need to do your research. I've got like 2 PhDs in molecular biology and immunology, and I'm arguing with a Facebook Karen right now, right? It's shit like that. Do I defend all text from the link? What kind of fucking straw man bullshit are you trying to set me up for? And see, this is the thing. Even like tech support, even Smithian economics dictates that landlords are parasites, right? Even the father of capitalism says rentier class are parasites. The rentier class is a negative benefit to society as a whole, right? Fucking Smithian economics even dictates this. Swede, economist, can confirm, right? Like, these motherfuckers don't even understand capitalism, right? Like, so-called anarcho-capitalists don't understand anarchism or capitalism. That's how insane this conversation is. That's why the only thing I can compare it to is with people with like actual medical degrees having to argue with like Facebook do your research Karens. It's like, what? Ironically, Rothbard repeats the same analysis as Proudhon, but draws the opposite conclusion and expects to be considered an anarchist. Moreover, it seems equally ironic that so-called anarcho-capitalists call themselves anarchists while basing itself on the arguments that anarchism was created in opposition to. As shown, so-called anarcho-capitalism makes much sense as anarcho-statism, an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. Hey, Maddock. Which, again, remember, every time anybody's ever asked me about this topic. Angie, I'm done. I'm done. Angie, after Scott came in here and tried to derail fucking DGen Storytime, I'm done. I'm done. He's banned on the channel. He's banned on Discord. I'm done. I'm done playing around. He's not an anarchist. This isn't up for debate, Angie. There's 170 years of history now at this point that is on my side for this. This is like debating whether like water is wet and air is breathable at this point. I'm fucking done. There is no debate here. This isn't a debate. This is, as I was pointing out, this is why every single time I've ever brought up this topic is that it is an inorganic, bad faith argument attempted to invade a space, right? This is not a thing. You can't have a hierarchical heterarchy. You can't have a vertical horizontal. You can't have a coerciveless coercive. You can't have an oppressiveless oppressive. That's just not how shit works. The idea that so-called anarcho-capitalism warrants the name anarchist is just simply fucking false. Only someone so ignorant of anarchism could maintain such an idea. You expect anarchist theory to show this to be the case? Well, the beautiful thing is that so-called anarcho-capitalism does it by itself. Little wonder Bob Black, God bless the asshole. He is an asshole, but God bless him. Little wonder Bob Black argues, to demonize state authoritarianism while ignoring identical, albeit consecrated subservient arrangements in the large-scale corporations which control the world economy is fetishism at its worst. The similarities between capitalism and statism are clear. And so why a so-called anarcho-capitalism can't be anarchist. To reject the authority, the ultimate decision-making power of the state, and embrace that of the property owner indicates not only a highly illogical stance, but one at odds with basic principles of anarchism and common sense. The wholehearted support for wage labor and capitalist property rights indicates that so-called anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists because they don't reject all forms of archy. They're obviously supporting the hierarchy between boss and worker, wage labor, and landlord and tenant. Anarchism by definition is against these forms, including the hierarchy generated by capitalist property. To ignore the obvious associated with capitalist property is highly illogical. At the least. Otherwise, at most, it's bad faith argumentation. In addition, we must note that such inequalities in power and wealth will need defending from those subject to them. So-called anarcho-capitalists recognize the need for private police and courts to defend property from theft. And anarchists add to defend the theft and despotism associated with property. Due to its support of private property and thus authority, so-called anarcho-capitalists end up retaining a state in its so-called anarchy. Namely, a privatized state, whose existence its proponents attempt to deny simply by refusing to call it a state, like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, which they don't do, by the way. As Albert Meltzer put it, common sense shows that any capitalist society might dispense with a state, but it could not dispense with organized government or a privatized form of it. If there were people amassing money and others working to amass it for them, the philosophy of so-called anarcho-capitalism dreamed up by the libertarian New Right has nothing to do with anarchism as known by the anarchist movement. It is a lie, patently unbridled capitalism needs some force at its disposal to maintain class privilege, either from the state itself or from private armies. What they believe is in fact a limited state. That us, one in which the state has function to protect the ruling class, does not interfere with exploitation and comes as cheap as possible for the ruling class. The idea also serves another purpose, a moral justification for bourgeois consciences in avoiding taxes without feeling guilty. Anarchism, Arguments For and Against, page 50. For anarchists, this need of capitalism for some kind of state is unsurprising. For, quote, anarchy without socialism seems equally as impossible to us as socialism without anarchy. For in such a case, it would not be other than the domination of the strongest and would therefore set in motion right away the organization and consolidation of the domination. That is the constitution of government. Malatesta, Life and Ideas, page 148. Because of this, the so-called anarcho-capitalist rejection of anarchist ideas on capitalist property, economics, and the need for equality, they cannot be considered anarchists or a part of anarchist tradition. Thus, anarchism is far more than the common dictionary definition of no government. It entails being against forms of hierarchical, unjustified authoritarianism, including those generated by capitalist property. This is clear from the roots of the word anarchy. An, without, archos, ruler, without, ruler. Is your landlord in charge of your property that you live on? Yes. Can they set rules for you to live by? Yes. Can your boss at your job set rules for you to? Yes. Ruler, ruler, ruler. It's in the word. As Rothbard himself acknowledges, yeah, I know, right, Swede? The property owner is the ruler of their property, and therefore those who use it. For this reason, so-called anarcho-capitalism cannot be considered a form of anarchism. An actual anarchist must logically oppose the authority of the property owner along with that of the state. Let's see. Lost my place there. As so-called anarcho-capitalism does not explicitly or implicitly, for that matter even, call for economic arrangements that will end wage labor and usury, it cannot be considered anarchism or a part of the anarchist tradition. You know what? Okay. Political theories should be identified by their actual features in history rather than labels. Once we recognize that, we soon find out that so-called anarcho-capitalism is an oxymoron. Anarchists and so-called anarcho-capitalists are not a part of the same movement or tradition. Their ideas and aims are in direct opposition of all kinds of anarchists. While anarchists have always opposed capitalism, so-called anarcho-capitalists have embraced it. And due to this embrace, their so-called anarchy will be marked by extensive differences in wealth and power, differences that will show themselves in relationships based upon subordination and hierarchy, such as wage labor, not freedom. Little wonder that Proudhon argued that property is despotism. It creates authoritarianism and hierarchical relationships between people in a similar way to statism. Their support for free market capitalism ignores the impact of wealth and power on the nature and outcome of individuals' decisions within the market. For example, wage labor is less efficient than self-management in production, but due to the structure and dynamics of the capitalist market, market forces will actively discourage self-management due to its empowering nature of workers. In other words, a developed capitalist market will promote hierarchy and unfreedom in production in spite of its effects on individual workers and their wants. Thus, free market capitalism tends to reinforce inequalities of wealth and power, not eliminate them. Furthermore, any such system of economic and social power will require extensive force to maintain it, and so-called anarcho-capitalist systems of competing defense firms will simply be a new state enforcing capitalist power, property rights, and law. Overall, the lack of concern for meaning freedom within production and the effects of vast differences in power and wealth within society as a whole makes so-called anarcho-capitalism little better than anarchism for the rich. Emma Goldman recognized this, God love her, when she argued that rugged individualism has meant all the individualism for the masters, in whose name political tyranny and social oppression are defended and held up as virtues, while every aspiration and attempt of man to gain freedom is denounced as evil in the name of that same individualism. Read Emma Speaks, page 112. And as such is no anarchism at all. So unlike anarchists, so-called anarcho-capitalists do not seek the abolition of the proletariat, to use Proudhon's expression, via changing capitalist property rights and institutions. Thus, so-called anarcho-capitalists and the anarchists have different starting positions and opposite ends in mind, and so they cannot be considered a part of the same tradition. As we discuss further in later sections, the so-called anarcho-capitalist claims of being anarchists are bogus simply because they reject so much of anarchist tradition as to make what they do accept non-anarchist in theory and practice. Little wonder Peter Marshall said, quote, "Few anarchists would accept the anarcho-capitalists into the anarchist camp since they do not share a concern for economic quality and social justice. Demanding the impossible." Page 565. We'll keep going through the document as the days and weeks and potentially years come by. "45 minutes to get through to just the prefix and 1.0 section. All right. Why can't we be friends? What's your fucking deal? What's your fucking deal? Do you need to come on air and have a conversation? Look, I write my own essays. I fucking read shit sometimes. I rarely have to go through a formalized document like this. I believe in the dialectical exercise. I believe in using rhetorical device. I truly do. For 45 minutes of hundreds of hours of stream, I have chosen to read from a prepared document, and you just sit there and fucking just nag like a little fucking obnoxious twit the entire time. So what's your fucking deal? Angie, you don't need to fucking read theory. Common sense should get you here. You can't have a hierarchical hierarchy. You can't have an oppressive-less oppression. You can't have a coercive-less coercion. It's just not how shit works. Anarchism is about a philosophical lens of analysis and an operating modality that is about eliminating unjust authority mechanisms and collapsing down of hierarchies and removing the unjust systems. The state fails to clear this hurdle, as does capitalism. You could have gotten there on your own. Like, this isn't an issue. Like, this is not an issue. So why can't we be friends? Get on the air. Why you gotta, what's this? What's this about? Get on the air and have the conversation then. If you absolutely are just allergic to hearing somebody read something. What if it were one of my own essays and I were reading it? Would you be freaking out then too? You can literally do it on a cell phone. Oh, by the way, the account was created 22 minutes ago. Just FYI. 22 minutes ago. So which one of Scott's viewers are you? Too young for bravery. Carpe. Beautiful. Let the excuses flow. Yeah, Carpe, that's fucking, I love that. It's too young for bravery. Polytheum, don't even worry about it then. Just somebody had to ban. Moshe, I would say talk to Irish Sweet in chat, who's a degreed economist and finance major, and who has opinions on this. Right? Like literally studied in it. You haven't operated in good faith the entire time you've been here. Why can't we be friends? That's chat and my issue with you, right? You have a 22-minute-old account. You've been attempting to derail a rare reading, right? Like, I rarely read from a document. Most of what I do is interacting and engaging with chat, answering questions. And they told you this. They told you what was up. And the entire time, you have ignored their answers. You ignored their responses. You have completely sidelined what I was attempting to do. All in the pursuit of what the stream title is talking about, main character syndrome. Hey, Yeti. So what do you want to know? So what do you want to know? Ask your questions. It's all about you. Why can't we be friends? It's all about you. I'm here. I'm literally not reading now. I'm responding directly to your questions. What do you want to know? No document. Screen's clear. What do you want to know? Ask your questions. What you got? We think about America the same way we think about any state. That it fails to clear our ethical and meta-ethical analysis. And that it is a monopolization of force and power. And thus we would call for the elimination of. Next. Come on. The whole world revolves around you now. Cat, you're fine. In what aspect? In what regard? That's a very poorly worded question. How do you get rid of competition? By aligning and coordinating society on a more cooperative scale. Early life, better education, less wage slavery, the reduction of hierarchical, coercive, and oppressive elements in society, thus reducing the necessary survival drive within human beings to compete with one another under that coercive system. Next. Using a variety of pedagogic techniques, you retool the educational system to be a non-Prussian educationally based system, seeing as the foundational tenets for our system are based off of the Prussian regimentation system to create good soldiers. Thus, our educational system is actually designed to create regimented workers for our society. So what you would do is you would go back and restudy pedagogy. And there's a few good authors, even in anarchist pedagogics, that talk about this topic. You can't understand the overview, let alone the micro view. Why would I bother laying out a 200-point plan for you? Yeah, Libra. Probably pedagogy lost him. You've yet to understand anything I've said to you. What is a heterarchy? Oh, you're adorable. I've participated in hierarchically organized cooperatives. I've participated in feeding and changing people around me. I've created more anarchists and fed more people and helped the homeless, more homeless than you will ever do. I know I've had an impact on this world, positive and some negative, because I live within a non-ethical framework, right? There's no way around that. There is no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. But your attempt doesn't do anything for me. It gives me something to do while I wait for your next sea lioning and your next logical fallacy and your next bullshit that you're going to try and do with your less than 30-minute-old account. Do I think that kissing boys is a good or a bad thing? Do you mean boys as in men, as in masculine persuasion? Because homosexuality, yeah, I'm for it. I'm for queer supremacy. Gays are superior. Ah, Arias, congratulations. Oh, yeah, read some Emma. She doesn't do theory. Dude, Angie, you'd love Emma. You would love Emma. Angie, for real, read some Emma Goldman. You're basically like, trust me, you'd fucking vibe with her. Like if she were alive, you'd be like, yeah, fucking, you'd hang. Yeah, you'd absolutely enjoy hanging out with Emma Goldman, Angie. This is a chick that managed to get herself deported from the country by running her mouth off, right? Like this is legitimately a woman who is so fucking mouthy about her beliefs. The United States government was like, kick her the fuck out. You'd love Emma, Angie. You'd absolutely adore her. Mahavishnu, I agree. Do I like Swordfish? The movie or the fish food stuff? Not a fan. I think Angie would like Rosa too. Yeah, for sure. I don't think I've read that one. Out of all the ones in my collection, Estrella, I don't think I have that one. So, it's a Marxist class analysis. That's why. Estrella, you're gonna have to read it and tell me what you think. Yeah, fucking trust me, Angie. You'll enjoy the fuck out of Emma. Also, Angie, before you read about Emma, or before you read Emma, read about Emma. Seriously, like read some biographical information about her first, and then go read what she has to say, because you need to know how much of a badass bitch she was. Like, this is a chick who didn't fuck around. Yeah. You'll get a kick out of her. I'm telling you, Angie. Swordfish for bad movie night. Oh, it's so fucking bad. It's so bad. And Angie, it's Rosa Luxemburg. Just FYI, that's why Kat is asking about now reform or it's reform or revolution. Kat, it's been, dude. Hey Gemma, it's been a long time. I don't remember most of it, to be quite frank. Yeah, Emma's. Is it? Yeah, it's or. I'm pretty sure it's or. Yeah, fuck it. Form or revolution. Rosa. Yeah, it's or. Gemma. Yeah. Oh, and Gemma, less than 30-minute-old account. And I'm fucking reading. I was doing a reading, like a rare, like Gemma, I don't fucking do, like, if I read, it's rare that I read other people's stuff. Like, I do have the point redemption, that sort of thing. But like, usually if I'm reading, it's reading something I've written. Right? I was doing a rare reading from the Anarchist FAQ on why AnCaps aren't anarchists, right? And this fucker just comes in and starts like, it's like you're reading from the Bible and shit like that over and over with a less than 30-minute-old account, keep in mind. And just like sea lioning all over the place. Yeah. So, Gemma, that's what we're up against right there. Vishna, they're not Fertus. They're not sending their best. Well, I mean, have they ever, Fertus? Have they ever? Hey, Kat, how's that internet holding out? It's still solid? Because you and I are we're gonna have a fucking horde night. It's gonna be great. Karina, if you want to get in on it too, it's going to be fucking difficult as shit if we add a third person, but I'm down for it. We'll see how we can roll. Swede, on my game. Kat and I did a whole fucking thing last night. And so yeah. It's right there within the next few hours. We basically got to a stopping point on the server, and then we switched over to my game because Kat was having disconnect issues and stuff. And so yeah, like it's right there. And Kat and I we're gonna do a horde night on my base. 7 days. 7 days to die. Gemma. I'm actually enjoying it. Swede has the credit. Swede gets all the credit for this. Swede basically was like, can we get like a group to play and shit like that? I was like, yeah, I'll ask. And fucking Swede generously threw me the game, and like I've been playing. Like I've enjoyed it. Like I've legitimately enjoyed it. This is the first crafting survival game I have ever found palatable, let alone enjoyed. All right, I hate crafting survival games. I hate them with a passion. I've actually enjoyed this game. I've had a lot of fun. I don't know how many run-throughs I have in me of it. This isn't the sort of thing I could see myself starting from scratch over and over and over, but I like that I've got a world built and I've got shit. So oh, geez. I mean, Swede is most assuredly like anti-religion at this point. I don't know how Swede will characterize himself. Good luck, Walata. Good luck. They're a bad faith actor, so I mean, I wouldn't even. I would not engage, but well, we'll see what Swede says. I'm an apatheist. I'm apathetic towards religion. There's Swede's definition, or term and definition. Can I sell someone an eldritch agnosticism? I'm sure somebody for two. Sorry. Oh, it doesn't do. Interesting. So that's what that does now. Ugh. God, dude, the latest update to some of the OBS stuff is not great. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to go scream at a professor in class. He sounds like a cultist. Could you be a Marxist-Leninist and still support the Islamic Republic of Iran? Iran, sorry. No. I mean, yes. God, no. No, you couldn't. Sorry. I did a factor a few things. It's been a fucking run. But no. Fair enough, Alada. Do what you got to do. Gemma, right? About as anti-religion as person can be. Faith, slightly different question with a different result, but organized religion is the definition of an unjust hierarchy. Yeah. Yeah. Depends what moment it is, skeptic, but yeah, for the most part, that's I'm comfortable with that as a characterization, a conservative theocratic dictatorship. Give me 1 sec. There's one thing I want to check before I say something on that. No, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with that, Skeptic. I define eldritch agnosticism as follows. A point of view that considers that if any form of God does exist, it is incomprehensible to humans and would likely wipe out humans if only by accident. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, Skeptic. Yeah. Chechens like to push them off roofs, too. Russians kill them. Fucking Iranians kill them. I mean, let's face it. The fucking sort of the toxic masculine religions are big fans of killing homosexuals. And Iran is the one that does the forced transition, right? Like, die as a gay or fucking get a sex change. That's Iran, right? You're not trying to have a conversation. In no way, shape, or form are you attempting to have a conversation. Yeah, okay, so that's Iran. Yeah, that's not a conversation, though. Just because you're speaking doesn't mean you're engaging in a conversation. Doesn't mean you're using a rhetorical device. It doesn't mean you're engaging in a dialectical exercise, right? It's a two-way street. The conversation is an ebb and a flow. It's a give and a take. It's a hearing and reacting, right? You're not hearing. You're not listening. You have a series of pre-drawn conclusions that you arrived at long before you got into this room with your brand new account, and you've been attempting to bad faith and sea line your way through this engagement. Chat's seen it. I've seen it. The recording will show it. So you're listening and reading at the same time. So you're definitely taking all of that in correctly then. For sure. I too like to read a textbook at the same time that I listen to a podcast. That most assuredly is the most efficacious manner in learning something. Mm-hmm. Anyway. Oh, let's see. Just need to rearrange some stuff. All right. There we go. Oh. Silver's fucking special. Oh, Skeptic. Silver's special. Nope, not in here. This is vaguely... Hang on, this is very patriarchal. Oh, Lucy's in here at least. Just grabbed a... I had pulled this the other day. I wanted to give it a read because I never got to it. It's a small little, just great anarchist book. A little biographical. There's only... Oh, no. There's 2. Fair enough. But, yeah, very patriarchal. I liked it. Why is Emma not in this, of all people? They have an explanation? Interesting. I mean, Oscar Wilde's in here. Why is Emma not? It's not like they're all just theory heads. Interesting. Give it a look. Trey has sent me music.
It is time.
I just got the DM. Mitra literally just sent over a song. Apparently I'm supposed to see if I can spot the tune he sampled for me in that. I couldn't. Does anybody notice what the sample was that I should be noticing? Can we hive mind that shit? Hey, Hellfire Acid Face. Still the most metal fucking name. Yeah, there was he sent it over with the message. See if you can spot the tune I sampled for you. I couldn't. I failed. I mean, if your body is your church, then fucking redecorate, knock some walls down, fucking, you know, rezone it. Do what you got to do. It's a good time being church. I don't have to pay taxes and get people to give me all their money. Oh, sorry to hear that, Kez. Yeah, I know. Nah, Hellfire, I know. You don't understand what anarchism is, so you don't understand. Like, how do you have an opinion on this? Define anarchism. Why can't we be friends? Define anarchism, please. Give me a succinct definition of anarchism. And nobody do the thing. Just let them. Yeah, that's not what anarchism is. That's not at all what anarchism is. It's actually a political. It's a concept of within political science. It's got a 170 plus year lineage, and it's got a lineage dating back to indigenous peoples as well as an organizational modality of operation. Right? It's not just it's a way. It's a way of thinking, man. It allows people to question. That's not what anarchism is. Right? Like you have quite literally no philosophical or political science foundation for what you're talking about at this point, but you're making prescriptive judgments. That's an interesting thing to do. You know, I don't really know anything about medicine, but I'm gonna go ahead and write this prescription. Yeah, I have no training as a surgeon, but I'm comfortable. I'm just gonna cut you up here. Right? I've never built a bridge. I have no engineering training whatsoever, but yeah, you know, why not? Let's build a bridge. What do you mean you need science and math to be able to send a rocket into space? Fuck that. Let's strap some boom booms to a thing and get this shit going. Right? Like this is you're literally talking about something that is a formalized topic, and you're just bringing absolutely nothing to the table while discussing it. My name is definitely metal in a sense. I get that, but you believe I'm not really into metal. I'm a deadhead. Hellfire. You know what? Cool. I mean, the acid face, definitely. The acid face. That taken in context with that comment, Hellfire, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Fucking open.
So what's the definition? It's been put into chat for you. What is the definition? I mean, I talked about a collapsing down of unjust hierarchical structures early on, a ways ago. So you didn't pay any attention to that, did you? Anarchism is when no thoughts, head empty. Yeah, right? Oh, yeah, I can't. I wouldn't let fucking rain cloud or infrared near my air if you fucking put a gun to my head. Like, that's just an insta-ban. Like, dude. Yeah, Skeptic, I can't answer that. You wear your Abby Hoffman shirt right now. We read Hoffman's statement to the jury, judge and jury, one night actually. Yeah. $157. Letter redacted. It's short. Do you wanna do it again? Hellfire. It's dude. He's concise. He's concise. This is his entire statement. I don't mind. Skeptic, fuck her. I feel like I've spent 15 years watching John Daly shows about history. You are there. It's sort of like taking LSD, which I recommend to you, Judge. I know a good dealer in Florida. I could fix you up. Mr. Foran, the prosecutor, says that we are evil men, and I suppose that's sort of a compliment. He says that we're unpatriotic. I don't know, kind of has a jingoist ring to it. I suppose I'm not patriotic. But he says we're un-American. I don't feel un-American. I feel very American. I said it's not the yippies hate America. It's that they feel that the American dream has been betrayed. That's been my attitude. I know those guys on the wall. I know them better than you. I feel. I know Adams. I mean, I know all the Adamses. They grew up 20 miles from my home in Massachusetts. I played with Sam Adams on the Concord Bridge. I was there when Paul Revere rode up on his motorcycle and said, "The pigs are coming, the pigs are coming," right into Lexington. I was there. I know the Adams. Sam Adams was an evil man. Thomas Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson called for a revolution every 10 years. Thomas Jefferson had an agrarian reform program that made Mao look like a liberal. I know Thomas Jefferson. Hamilton? Well, I didn't dig the Federalists. Maybe he deserved to have his brains blown out. Washington? Washington grew pot. He called it hemp. It was called hemp then. He was probably a pothead. Abraham Lincoln? There's another one. In 1861, Abraham Lincoln, in his inaugural address, said, and I quote, "When the people shall grow weary of their constitutional right to amend the government, they shall exert their revolutionary right to dismember and overthrow that government." If Abraham Lincoln had given that speech in Lincoln Park, he'd be on trial right here in this courtroom, because that's an insightful speech. That is a speech intended to create a riot. I don't even know what a riot is. I thought a riot was fun. Riot means you laugh. That's a riot. They call it a riot. I didn't want to be that serious. I suppose it was supposed to be funny. I tried to be. I mean, it was sad last night. I'm not here to be a martyr. I tried to sign up for a few years, but I went down there. They ran out of nails. What was I going to do? So I ended up being funny. It wasn't funny last night sitting in my prison cell. 5 foot by 8 foot room with no lights in the room. I could have written a whole book last night. Nothing. No light in my room. Bed bugs and all. They bite. I haven't eaten in 6 days. I'm not on a hunger strike. You can call it that. It's just that the food stinks and I can't take it. Well, we said it was like Alice in Wonderland coming in. Now I feel like Alice in 1984 because I've lived through the winter of injustice in this trial, and it's fitting that you went to the South and fought for the voter registration and got arrested and beaten 11 or 12 times on those dusty roads for no bread. It's only fitting that you be arrested and tried under the Civil Rights Act. That's the way it works. Just want to say one more thing. People. I guess that's what we're charged with. When they decide to go from one state to another state of mind, when they decide to fly that route, I hope they go youth fair no matter what their age. I'll see you in Florida, Julie. There you go, Hellfire. Just for you. Usually that's a channel point redemption too. But, yeah. Defiance. It's Defiance, Anarchist Statements Before a Judge and Jury. It's a good book. Louise Michel, Peter Kropotkin, Clement Duval, Louise Levillier, Ravachol, Georges Etivian, Augustin Vaillant, Emile Henry, Sante Caserio, Felix Ferrion, Enrico Malatesta, Marius Jacob, Raymond Kaliman, Enrique Flores Mahon, Molly Steimer, Louise Olivier, Abby Hoffman, Bo Brown, Kawasi Balagoon, Ann Hansen, Bill Doon, Nikos Maziotis, Paula Ropa, Rami Sirianos, Olga Nucleus, Jeremy Hammond, and Eric King from 1871 to 2016. Good book, not legal advice. Yes. Definitely not legal advice. Holy shit, man. There's some statements in that fucking there's some statements in that book you do not want to like there's shit in there that I can't read on air. Like I've had to skip sections of statements before because they're straight up TOS. Like they're straight up TOS. Yeah. There's been, I mean, you know, people facing life in prison and shit. It's like, well, I'm going to speak my mind then, right? Like this system is about to crucify me. It's about to martyr me. Well, here's my moment. Which one? Hellfire. I'm guessing it's probably the government of no one, but that's just a shot in the dark. I was correct. Ruth Kinna. Yep. Government of No One by Ruth Kinna. Kinna. Cool. Close that. Oh, God, my jaw. The whole fucking thing. You finally got Anarchism and Other Essays by Goldman, and then Structural Anarchism Manifesto by Michel-Luc Bellemare. That one never leaves my side. Never leaves my side. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It be like that. He gave me a lot of good ideas. He gave me a lot of good ideas. Entire paragraphs, just entire sections just highlighted. It's like, yep, just whole fucking thing. You read this, skeptic? This is definition of theory. This is academic. This is straight up academia. You own it. Have you read it? And have you read it a third or fourth time? Because there's no fucking way that the first cursory look at this is... Dude, this is impenetrable. And, okay, so if you want... Alright, if you... Here you go. Copying and pasting, just in case. Have you read Techno-Capitalist Feudalism by Bellemare then? Have you read all of the foundational theory? Did you go back and read Malatesta? You read all of Foucault's stuff? You have not read Techno-Capitalist Feudalism. 100%. 100% you haven't. You're just fucking lying to me now. Contacts. Yet having these books doesn't mean you ask questions then that you shouldn't need to have the answers answered to. Like, I'm not buying it. Have you read Rocker? How about Parsons? I've read Alice in Wonderland. I saw a great Alice in Wonderland porno. Even though it was straight. Still a fucking insane time. You read Demanding the Impossible? The thing was fucking great. It was. Hey, Kibbles, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Kez, thanks for the fucking recommendation. Yeah, like Rudolph Rocker. Replay. Have you read the entirety of the anarchistlibrary.org? Right? You're like... I mean, here. You want shit to read. Here you go. Start reading. There's 721 pages. Start reading. There's 721 pages of documents, right? And then each document could be dozens to thousands of pages. Yeah, Kat, that's how somebody overdoses on theory, straight up. This is what it looks like when you end up a theory head and you don't start in the street. You got to start in the street, kids. I believe that. You know what? The longer I've been doing this, the longer I've been... There's an estimated 300,000 pages of text. There you go. Start reading. The longer I've been doing this, the more I've actually come to that conclusion. People who start in theory, people who start in academia are fucking useless anarchists. Sorry. I'm judging. I am, though. You gotta start in the street. No praxis, no banana. Yep. If you don't have direct action under your belt, yep. Give people soup. Go make a fucking sandwich. How much theory do you need? Here's people are starving. Is there a Narcan equivalent for theory overdose? Yeah, go make a fucking sandwich. That's it. Food Not Bombs is that. Food Not Bombs is that. Estrella. Just out of your homes and into the streets. Out of your homes and into the streets. Yeah. Food. Like, go feed somebody. How much theory could you possibly need to know capitalism is an unjust hierarchy, the state is an unjust hierarchy, micro-fascisms exist, and you have to conduct micro-revolutions to counter them. The micro-revolutions happen in the community around you. Look to your street corner. Look to your neighbor. Look to the people in your community. This is where it starts. This is where the activism starts. It doesn't start halfway across the globe. It doesn't start with a super PAC. It doesn't start with a launching of a political campaign. It starts by getting a pair of socks and a sandwich to the dude who needs a pair of socks and is hungry. That's where it starts. Everything beyond that is a discussion for the purposes of intellectual masturbation. A micro-fascism, basically, who asked that? Wilhelm. Essentially, it's mini dictatorships. So your landlord, your professor, your parent, your boss, right? These aren't formalized authoritarian structures. These aren't a grand system encapsulating everybody. But at the microcosmic level, this is an exemplar. This is an example of that microfascism. It's an example of that authoritarian dictatorship. It's an example of how it is rules that I set and you shall follow them, and if not, there are coercive elements that will punish you. It's a microfascism. Right? This is where you have to see it and begin to recognize it. And then the micro revolutions begin within those spaces. Go feed somebody. Go make a sandwich. Go take some socks to somebody who needs it. Take a care package. That's it. Some deodorant, some soap, some socks, a sandwich, a gift card to some place that provides food readily every day, Subway, something like that, wherever you may be, whatever. You just gotta... Kibbles. They never do. They never do. But you know the youth do. It's where it starts, Kibbles. It starts with the young ones. Almost always does. Historically speaking, at least. Generational support helps keep the movement alive. But the movement starts with the young ones. Always has. Can't give them socks made out of theory, nor history, nor philosophy. At the end of the day, the only thing you can do is mutual aid. Himself. Thank you for the sub. Himself. Go hand out some blankets. Winter is coming. Exactly. You don't even need to join Food Not Bombs. Just go out and offer a homeless dude some company. Just do the thing. This is why I go make a sandwich. That's it. Go make a sandwich. I'm not telling you to literally make a sandwich, though I am telling you to literally make a sandwich. It's more than that. And that's sort of, it's the summation of everything I've just stated. That direct action, that mutual aid, those micro revolutions, the engagement in the community, the lifting up of your fellow man, the providing a moment of support and humanities as somebody who is looked down upon, who is ignored by society, is all encapsulated in that phrase. Just go make a fucking sandwich. Theory heads, man. Fucking theory heads. Well, Lotta, consensus decision making. I would suggest that you go to my cheat sheet, cs.kaisthings.com, cs.kaisthings.com, and go down to the anarchism section. There will be a subsection on consensus decision making. Read. That's how. That's how. It will literally walk you through the process. Gemma, even worse. Theory heads who don't know theory. Oh, God. I mean, I suppose. Yeah, Gemma. Like, I never even considered that that's a thing, but that's a thing, isn't it? Oh, that's so much worse. That's so much worse. You know what stops kids from learning the most in school? Being hungry and not having shoes in the size they need. Go make a fucking sandwich. All right, and yeah, I forget who it was. I'm sorry I missed it, but it was Tam. Yeah, just use your talents. I taught free dance classes to over 400 students a week in a low-income middle school. Took an empty classroom and turned it into a dance studio with donations. Exactly. Dude, that enriched 400 fucking kids. That enriched a lot of people's lives. And there's a lot of fucking kids that are going to look back on that and see it as like a brief respite in just a sea of fucking shit. Like, yeah, you know what? A fucking person took time out of their day, and like they didn't do it because we were paying them. They did it because they wanted to share their love and knowledge, right? Like this is a good portion of my direct action these days, guys. Like, look, I still get out and make a fucking sandwich from time to time, but like the fact of the matter is this is it. Like if I get, let's just brass tacks here, five of you fuckers over the course of hundreds of hours. All right, one day it'll be thousands of hours, right? If I just get 5 fucking people to go make a goddamn sandwich, what's the ripple effect? What's the possibility there? 5 people understand the purposes of praxis and direct action as an anarchist. 5 people that can possibly convey these concepts and topics to somebody else while they engage in these spaces, right? What if they have kids? What if they've got other loved ones? What if they've got extended family? What if they're particularly sociable and they know a lot of people? Right? Like just 5. We have thousands of followers at this point, right? And hundreds of hours of content. And I've talked to, through this little project, I've talked to thousands of people at this point, right? That come and go, and you know, maybe just a little nugget that I said, just a little thing stuck, and they take it forward into the world, right? What if it changes something? Go make a fucking sandwich, y'all. Go make a fucking sandwich. Who are we gonna rate out to? That's as good a note as any to end on. Nice. You know what? Hang on. I was gonna raid Ricky, but no. Oh wait, hang on. Is he? Mate, hang on. Fuck that. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. There's no way I don't. There's no way I can't. There's no way I can't fucking hook a homie. Estrella, preach. Oh, yeah, sweet, maybe. Thanks, Crix. Stay in for the raid or I curse your tablecloth, boss. Oh. Cat, VC, and we'll coordinate. We'll go from there. Everybody else, I don't, you know, Jesus Christ, some days. All right, y'all. We're going to keep doing the AnCap reading. I'm going to fucking do it every episode, I think. Either way. Go make a fucking sandwich, y'all. Let's go say hi to me, Trey. Catch you later.